strategic moment. They just were okay. So we're already late, and I'm not going to be producing very well tonight. I'm producing lying down. I just want everyone to know that the surgery has gone horribly wrong, and I have to re-enter surgery. I cannot bleed, and I'm hemorrhaging, and I can't breathe because I'm hemorrhaging, and it's coagulating so fast that there's no oxygen coming through. So I'm in a state of emergency. We'll probably go back to the hospital via the emergency room, but we'll see. I've called the MD already, and they've concurred I have to go back into surgery. So everything is wrong. My nose is effectively broken, and there's no point in trying to over-explain this. Certainly in the past, when I've suffered in an automobile crash and had my spine totally devastated to the point where I was told I would be paralyzed for life, I was walking within a relatively short period of time. I had, of course, as is common with extreme car crashes or severe car crashes, I had lost 2.5 inches of height, but over a period of what must have been over a decade, I regained it, and it was from 5'7". I was originally 5'11", went from 5'7" back to 5'11" again. So obviously, the nanobots in my body can apparently build or rebuild some kind of cartilage, but it's not done aesthetically. It essentially is out of alignment in its own way, though it's not scoliotic. It's minor and unnoticeable to the outside viewer, but the nose is very noticeable. It's right on my face, and it would take years to realign this and rebuild the cartilage. They took out all the cartilage, or so much, because apparently the way the nanobots were responding to the deviated septum and the constant buildup of mucus was with some kind of cartilage buildup. So they removed so much cartilage, they foreshortened my nose and broke it. It's so intensively broken that the nanobots are having a hard time stopping the bleeding. They keep coagulating it, so they are stopping the bleeding. But because I'm hemorrhaging, there's nothing but scab, and I can't breathe through it. Aside from the fact that they shoved something down my throat for the anesthetic that was apparently my body was fighting it, and they shoved it in so violently that it feels like they tore half my throat out. At any rate, all of this will heal, but the point is whether it will heal aesthetically. I will be entering surgery again. That much is inevitable. Until the swelling goes down, there's nothing they can do. Right now, the swelling is such that they won't see me until September 4th, unless I turn myself into an emergency room for some active measures. But at any rate, ̔ I've received your 100 United States dollars. We'll see what I can do with paying the rent. Obviously, I need more money than ever now. I do have to pay for a lot of meds that are non-prescription at this point. So that's the expense that needs to be covered while covering rent. ̔ has done more than his part to help. Stephen Myers has done more than his part to help. And at any rate, so has a number of other people. I'm trying to figure out who yet. So the problem is that PayPal has always locked me out of my conventional account, the business account. I can't get in there at all. I have to call them to talk about that because it's constantly being hacked. And when I try to log in, I'm just confronted with a security check after a security check. So it just can't go in. And right now, in my conventional account, the last time I looked, there was 106 United States dollars, which of course is equal to about $100. I'm going to transfer all that money out of the account right now while I'm in there, because this is the first time I've gotten in. Probably the call earlier to PayPal helped. And let me transfer that immediately into my bank account, just because, of course, otherwise I won't even be able to get in. That's going to leave me with $99.88. Okay, so let's press that button because of the blood money that they charge. They say they charge only $1.75, and that's because some lady in England, Peter and I know who she is, sent me money in pounds, which can never be spent. So it's just there forever. Okay, so bless her heart. Is there some way she could take it back? All right, pressing the money is done. All right, and so we've got that into the bank account. And that with, let's see how much money is in the other account, along with the money I have in my wallet. Trying to reach for that simultaneously. And Tea Berry, of course, has been of invaluable help. Again, I'm making the mistake of still sitting up. So it just causes more scabs to form as the blood coagulates. It's spurting out like a sieve, literally in liquid form, but it's not enough where that would be bleeding me out because of the scabbing. But it's very dramatic. It's literally like a fountain hose. It's not an exaggeration. It's spraying. It's literally spraying, but it's a small. It's like a small water gun for a child, where he just keeps pressing the trigger every few moments. So everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong, and I'll talk about the ironies of that later. It's unbearable. So here we are. Let's see. What am I trying to do? Trying to get into PayPal. Let's see what's in the other account. And we have a marvelous balance of $6.38, but that doesn't make sense. So how did I get into that account from my other account? Okay, so that was the wrong account. So let's try PayPal on the other account and see if that works. Usually when you get into one account, they won't let you in the other account on the same search engine. So then I'm well and truly fucked again. All right, so it's just, I can't do anything right now with the bleeding. The pain doesn't even bother me anymore. It's the deformity and the and the sheer inability to breathe. I'm mouth breathing, or I'm not breathing at all, because the nostrils are simply plugged up with scabbing. So viscously, I can't undo it with my fingernails. Okay, so let's try this and go back into this catastrophe. Dive back into that, see if I can get into the PayPal account again. Log into PayPal account, see if it will let me, which it doesn't do when I go into the conventional account. And let's see if we do the login. If it does another security check, I have to get my phone, if it's kind enough to let me go in with a phone, most of the time now. So it's $102.53 in there. I'm going to transfer that money now, or I'll never reach it again. Same set. It's a miracle I got in there this time, considering the history of security checks that have been chronic so far. JP Morgan Chase, transfer that now, and money's on the way. Done. Okay, and so that leaves $0 in that account. Okay, we had a wonderful few messages from wonderful people, and of course I want to give them the credit they're due. One of them, of course, Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother. Sammy Romero sent $25. Unfortunately, that's not the right thing to do at this time. I need water. The problem is I can't lift anything. They told me that if I lift anything, that it's going to cause a rupture that is so extreme that they're afraid if I were baseline human, I'd bleed out before I got there. So I can't lift anything. Sammy Romero can send me $25 to buy water. I cannot buy it. I can't carry it. I need the water sent to my door. That's the issue that we're dealing with right now. So I need people to send water to my door, or I'm not going to be able to hydrate. And I need to hydrate more than ever because I'm losing fluids tremendously. So the problem is right now it's literally a critical situation. It's code black. So I need water, not money. The money helps, of course, to pay the rent, but I don't even give a damn about paying the landlady at this point. The problem is getting through the next few days. So let's see. I've got 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8 in my wallet, plus the 200 I just sent to the bank. 9, 10, it's 1,000. I can pay the bank so long as I don't spend a dime. I can pay the rent. And I'll have just a little bit left over for necessities. Beaver and I, of course, grabbed a little bit on the way back. We couldn't carry too much at the time. He was carrying it all, of course. And I can't make him carry it too much because he has a metal foot at this point. So the last time, Beaver weighs so much. I've always said he was a big guy. You're talking about like the Kingpin from the Marvel comics. So when he was taking his mother in for COVID last year, and she was like in an emergent situation, and he hadn't eaten or rehydrated for days like an idiot, the care provider's dilemma, he put all of his weight on one foot for the first time in his life, and it collapsed like the Twin Towers. So they had to give him a metal structure in replacement. His foot is surrounded by this metal collar at this point. So he rings the airport security systems every time he takes a plane and has to explain himself. So I can't have him carry too much. So we got the Coke and the beer and very little water, because the water, of course, is the heaviest of all. Now what I'm going to do is just lie down and try and explain the best as possible. Beaver, of course, as a joke, brought the death flowers. These are flowers for a funeral. You can see all the Chinese words in black, the iconography in the flowers. And, of course, I was lying down at the time, my face covered, because that white mask you see, that was blood red within literally as soon as that photo was taken. Right after that photo was taken, that was blood red. And every other mask I put on ever since has been blood red. So I don't know how they did this, but they went in and took out everything. And as a result, we're going to have to contend with it. There's an irony in all of this, of course, in that my next surgery is plastic surgery. And it's being paid for by Kaiser. So Kaiser is paying for the plastic surgery that will be needed to restructure my face. So I have no idea how any of this happened or is even conceivably possible. And all the while the nurses were looking at my face and said nothing. Apparently, when I called back later on and spoke of the dilemma, I was told they thought I was a professional boxer. And they thought I naturally looked like that from years of boxing. That's how bad the situation is. Just don't go into hospitals. There's nothing they do to help you and everything to hurt. I should have left it well enough alone, but it was always a temptation to, of course, fix a deviated septum after years, 20, 30 years of some of the collateral effects of it. So I fell for that temptation I should not have. And that's the basics of that situation. Plenty of other situations going on, of course. And with that, I'm going to lie back down and try to run the show lying down. I won't be able to look at any of you, so I'm not seeing what any of you are writing. I'll just look now. None of this could have been done without T. Tank Berry, Stephen Myers, Samuel Romero, of course, Eric Cradle, hello, and of course people, by all means, at this point, forget the money, send water. I need water. End of story. Just get it sent as soon as possible. And I have enough to last me through the night, maybe tomorrow. But obviously I'm going to be hydrating aggressively when I'm not sleeping. But I'll also be sleeping aggressively, so I might not burn through that much. But the more that I'm up, the more I'm going to burn through it. So I'll lie down right now to put myself in a better position where I won't be burning out too fast. And aside from all of that, of course, anything that comes to mind, feel free to tell people about this. Yeah.
Douglas, is there a go-to on Amazon that you could use for water?
I have no idea. Well, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No. Not that I know
You
of.
know, nothing specific. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll keep looking because that would be an easy button.
Yeah. Just
I'll keep looking.
Yeah, just water. Probably I would recommend smaller bottles so I can break it up and take it in a little bit at a time through the door rather than the larger bottles that I normally get. Because it's just easier, lighter that way, of course. But either way, I'll be fine because I'll just break it up. If it lands in front of the door and I get there before the thieves do. There was a awful situation once where Sammy Romero sent water, and then somehow Brandon Young knew that he had sent it and took the credit for it and was telling me he had sent me water. And then it was only later on I found out it was from Sammy Romero. That goes to show you which side Brandon Young is on and the level he was operating at. And the fact that he knew Sammy Romero had sent me water and then said he had sent it. That fucker's never contributed a dime in his entire life. At any rate, so there we have that. Let me try and get comfortable as I can. And we'll kind of take it from here. I'll bring out other points as the hours drag on. And we'll, just see how long I last. Again, I have made rent, just so people know. I have a few dollars left, potentially for supplies, but I cannot get those supplies. As a matter of fact, they also told me this. They said, oh, you've got to start doing stool softeners. Now, for this period of time at least, because I'm on opiates for the pain. Now, when my dad was alive, we were swimming in stool softeners. Docusate. All that shit disappeared. I have no idea where it went. Piles of pills, and I can't find those. But they said, if the opiates give you hard impacted stool, just having a bowel movement, that hard fecal matter will rupture open your nose and destroy the entire operation. That's what they said. I can't even take a shit. That's how bad the situation is. Is that the nose is now threatened by a bowel movement, a hard bowel movement. So they start saying, take heavily stool softeners. Of course, I can't go down to Walgreens and pick those up. I took what they gave me, which was, of course, there was some irony there, of course. There was some stuff I actually stole, pretty much openly, because at that point they didn't give a shit. The situation was so critical. But, you forget the stool softeners. I thought of my dad swimming in that shit when he was alive, and I can't find any of that shit now. But there you go. The next bowel movement might force a reoperation aside from the plastic surgery, as well as lifting anything. So it's like until September, until everything settles down, at which point it's permanently broken. If I were a baseline human, probably would heal, but not necessarily aesthetically within, well, look how long it took with the spine, years. So obviously I'm not going to wait for that. Plastic surgeons in San Rafael, so going to have to convince Beaver to drive me down there. They said they have a young one, but she's just brand new. The other one's got experience, but then this doctor that worked on me today had 18 years experience. And this was the first time anything has gone wrong on her record. To the point where the hospital acknowledges it and covers it. So, there you go. Borderline supernatural. And in a vulnerable time. It's the month of ghosts and demons, of course, still in Chinese lunar calendar. And the number of the operation room was 44, the death number, which is sad. I've always learned to embrace death because it's surrounded me all my life, death and destruction, and this is all just part of it. At any rate, so there we have all that. A series of synchronicities beyond coincidence. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. Aristides is going to tell everybody about the upvotes and subscriptions, and we'll transfer it to Peter, and we'll take it from there.
Yep.
I'm sure they fried Brendan Zoget's phone, right, Brendan? I mean, for your phone to burn out at just that moment when I needed to get in there and delete. That's pretty coincidental. That's like they zapped his ass.
Yeah, I'm still here, but yeah, I had to do an emergency cool down. Like the phone almost burst into flames. I'm not even exaggerating.
Yeah.
It was like the the processor was sent to overdrive, and it just started heating up.
Well, by the way,
like something out of like Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, before Aristides talks about the upvotes and the subscriptions, tell people about what happened at school.
Oh, okay. Can I do that when I come back?
Okay, do that when you come back then.
Go outside.
All right.
I gotta go outside. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bless you. Take your time. Yeah. And
Yes,
Aristides, take it for you. Thank you. Bye. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. Well, you guys heard that. I mean, any impressions you have, feel free to share them. And back to Aristides. Yes.
Well, who knows? I hope it lasts. I hope you can stay with us. Okay, I'll just go now. So it's very important. As soon as you get here with us, hit the upvote, the little thumbs up. Slide over, make sure you are still subscribed, or subscribe if you are not, please. And turn on the notification bell so that you can be notified of either regular time starts or sometimes restarts. It's very important. And we need the upvotes because the enemy puts in downvotes that you can't see. They eventually get filtered out, but in the meantime, it stops the program from being searched and found in the popularity algorithm, etc. Also, if you're so inclined, you can go into your YouTube account settings, which I believe you need the account to upvote to begin with, and you can create sub channels to your account, and each of them is capable of of its own upvoting. So you can really make, even if you're not doing anything else with them, you can just upvote, but switch back to your main account to talk to us so that, we get to know you with that name and don't think you're just some rando, because sometimes there's problems with that. But you can do that to give us extra upvotes. It's really easy to make a separate channel. There's no additional name or password. It's all under one account, but you can do multiple votes. So, and please, the donation link is in the chat. Please, as you've heard, Douglas is in extreme need.
Oh,
Please
fuck.
send anything that you can.
The image came out wrong. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Why didn't you tell me?
On the live, it looks, okay, so you wanted the image laying down with the mask, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So when I pulled up the live, that was there, but I think it initially had the other one.
Oh, shit.
Because when I put the link, if I put
this
the
is
link
going to
somewhere,
confuse people, and they're going to, they're not going to get
the live. Well, the live, it looked good to me, but when I thumbnailed it, when I dropped it, like when I sent it to myself to send it to my other computer, it thumbnailed the old one.
Oh, fuck you. God, not you.
It may fix itself. The live.
It will not fix itself. Okay,
I
so
don't know. We'll see.
Let's try this.
But
okay.
change the title. You have to change the title.
Next time, tell me immediately.
Yeah.
Because that confuses people, and they can't get it.
Hopefully
they'll think it's part two. They'll think it's part two of yesterday. They'll think I'm not on.
Hopefully they see the red, little button, the red little sign. Hopefully.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help most people. Everybody, I need all of you to reset your pages, and hopefully it worked. Let's see if it works. It will take a while probably for it to upload. I'm trying to change the image. This is, we're completely fucked. You have no idea how fucked we are. So I need everybody's help with this. So there's no point, of course, starting the stream over again. But it hasn't been this bad in a long time. Of course, I shouldn't be trying to produce while undergoing surgery, but it's especially something as close to the brain and the eyes as this. But there we have that. It's too late now, and we're committed. So at any rate, I need your help, and most of all, I need water. So everybody bear that in mind. Inform everybody about the problems that we're having, and we'll repeat the situation later. Obviously, the majority of people are going to have missed it because we started late. We were forced to start late. And beyond that, it's the worst that you can possibly imagine. It's a worst case scenario. And it doesn't promise to get any better. So, as always, my life is simply an endless sea of horrors. It's just one horror story after another. At any rate, I'll talk with Peter.
Reminder that you're here at all. I think. Yeah.
At any rate, it's not like I want to be. So let's Yes. Go back to, again, reiterate a little bit about what you need to, and then we'll transfer over to Peter. Or you transfer it over to Peter. I'll just lay here and
All right. I mean,
mouth breathe.
I don't know much at the moment. If Peter is ready to talk a little, Peter, are you there?
Well, he better be. It's not going to be coming from me.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, go ahead, Peter. What do you think?
Did you say everything you needed to?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Aristides.
Okay. All right. So for those who are just coming in and come here to listen to me, we're in a very unfortunate situation here. Douglas has had surgery on his deviated septum, which did not go well, and he's going to have to go back in. And right now, he's in very much need of water. He's got water. It might last him through the night. And Aristides, who else do we have with us, Aristides? Is Brendan Zoget with us? Is anybody else with us?
No, it's just Aristides.
Brendan is on the line muted.
He's working. He's at work. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Aristides, could you check into this Amazon thing about
I'll be looking.
getting him water, and then once we know Amazon can get it water, then if there's some way we can figure out that it won't get stolen at his door.
Well, there's no way you can figure that out, but just you'll just keep track of it while it's in shipping.
I'm here still.
Oh, okay, great.
I just had to go outside.
Wonderful. Now you can freely share what happened at school today.
Douglas?
Yes. So,
Brendan, go ahead. Take it away. Okay, well, let me give some context here. This is Brendan Zoget, and he's a valuable contributor to the show, and he's going to share what happened at school today. Go ahead.
yes, I appreciate that, and it's very interesting. So, yesterday they told us, look, we're going to have more people here. We're going to have some quote-unquote visitors, which they implied was the higher-ups, like the superintendent of the school district. And so we cleaned, we did extra work to get the school to top shape. And then I came in today during my shift, and they said, oh, the visitor was the governor of California. And for some reason, Gavin Newsom came to my specific site, and of course they did some kind of photo op, but it wasn't televised, and it wasn't.
Your school, just a few things to clarify here.
My specific site,
just to clarify here, I want to say something about Brendan's school. I also want people to know, please, everyone, reset your pages. Reset your page, because the real image has loaded. The actual image has loaded. So I need everyone to reset their page, and hopefully you'll see the actual image for tonight's show. This is extraordinarily important, because it's very important that every show be disambiguated, that every episode...
The image has updated.
Okay, yes, the image has updated. And this was the flowers brought to me by my gang brothers that are death flowers. They're meant for somebody who has died. It was meant as a joke, of course. Unfortunately, it's all too close to the truth. I am lying down on the hospital floor. You can see that's not furniture that's in my home. You can see by the background, this is a hospital setting. In terms of the chair, it's actually beneath the nurse's station, because they wouldn't help me basically go to the bathroom. And I attempted to go by myself, and because of my falling on the floor, the white mask that I'm wearing, as soon as that photograph was taken, immediately afterward was blood red, the entire mask. And every mask I've worn ever since has been that. Again, and that's before it coagulates just as quickly into scabbing, which forces me to mouth breathe like a fish. Okay, so all that having been established, everybody reset, refresh your pages, and with your school, Brendan, my impression was that this was a special needs school. Is that the case?
No, it is an elementary school, but there are special need programs, of course.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So what they claimed was, which is probably the case, that they had taken some state funds to do these specific reading programs to bring up literacy. So they claimed that that's what they were there for, which indeed that's what they visited, the governor and his entourage. But then I was speaking to the head custodian, the lead of like my site, and he was saying that they were questioning him and having him open all of my closets and everyone's closet to see what was inside. Like the security detail had to case the joint prior to his arrival. So I thought that was interesting. But it was just very, and I'm in the biggest district outside of the LA area. So for them to pick my specific school seems quite odd. And I get their reasoning. Yeah, there's some kind of special program, but many schools have this program, and many schools are Title I, which is like what would be called the, I don't know how to put it. How would I put it? Like the welfare schools. They're like the low income schools. So these Title I schools are considered like the pinnacle of, helping the community and all of that. So we get special privileges working there. Like, for example, if you're a teacher there, they will pay off a percentage of your student loans if you teach there for 5 years or something like this. So there are reasons for him to visit, but it was just very odd timing and very coincidental.
And I want to remind people, the bad news about Gavin Newsom is that he, of course, is understandably trying to Trump-proof California, and he's doing this by treating California as its own republic. As I've said before, our state is a state-nation in disambiguation from a nation-state. We were established as a separate republic from the United States, a la Texas. So this is why that Civil War series, I think it was Netflix, Brandon Aristides, help me out here, was that the Netflix series recently about the Civil War? They pictured it in 2024, this year, as California and Texas rebelling against the United States because of that history. And the point is that they formed the Caltex Republic, while occupying the Southwest, Arizona and New Mexico between them, and thereby cutting the United States off completely from Mexico, which you would think the conservatives would be happy with, but whatever. At any rate, they, in that film, which I'm not going to dwell upon, the point being made is that with this kind of history, California is acting like its own nation, and it's making foreign treaties, foreign business treaties, and the like. And it's doing this under Gavin Newsom with communist China. Gavin Newsom has chosen communist China on the Asian mainland over my native Taiwan, free island China, which provides all the technology, because I believe he's deluded into thinking that somehow California, with Silicon Valley and Biotech Bay, can become a competitor with Taiwan. But there's no hope of that. They do not have a Dietrich Artelect. So, such being said, he's unaware of that factor because he's not president yet. And because he sided with communist China, I really don't want him to become president. So there you have that situation. And that's why I feel there was a factor of that in his being prompted to check out Brendan Zoget's school because of Brendan Zoget's affiliation with myself. Brendan, any thoughts on that before you turn it back over to Peter?
No, that's pretty on point. And as far as why he wasn't chosen to run this round of presidential elections, because he seemed the organic choice, other than the PR of how bad California looks to the other states. But that is clearly why he is disqualified from that position as of right now. So that makes sense. And yeah, they don't have any connection to the technology that they would like to, just like Taiwan.
Thank you.
And now Taiwan's allowed like the AMD people, and they've allowed Malaysia and these other countries to have the machines that make the chips, but they don't have access to, of course, how to do that. They just have the machines.
Plus the Taiwanese tell them about the self-destruct. Tell them about the self-destruct button.
Oh yeah, so as far as Taiwan's concerned, if China were to come in, they're not going to evacuate the machines, but the machines would self-destruct internally to where there is no way to reverse engineer them or restart them after the invasion of the mainland invasion, if it succeeds. But they said that openly.
Yeah, but the self-destruct buttons are also in all the machines that they lend to other countries. So if any of the countries are invaded, go on. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so that's why they allowed these other countries like Malaysia and Singapore and the Philippines even can make chips to a certain extent with their machines. But the thing is, the machines have a technology that's so beyond any other technology that, you know, there's only a handful of nations that are allowed to have that.
But beyond
not the
that,
United States.
beyond that, they know that those nations have no capacity to reverse engineer what they're lending them, what they're leasing them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure.
That's how confident, that's how advanced the Taiwanese technology is. It's literally a breakaway civilization at this point.
Oh yeah, guaranteed. I mean, without them, we wouldn't have these high capacity microprocessors or anything.
Yeah, which the NSA can still burn yours alive.
Yeah, So yeah, what happens is that's called throttling. Well, they'll set this is a known thing in the PC world that you can set a processor to max.
Yes.
But because the cooling capacity can't match it, no computer will ever set their processor to maximum. Yeah. Maximum charge. So that's what had just happened. And I don't think it's a software issue. Let's put it that way. Even though Apples do run hot.
Yeah.
They're known to run hot, but this was very sudden.
Yes.
So it was very interesting.
Yes. Thank you. Bless you. I got somebody knocking at my door right now, but I'm not going to answer. I can't answer knocking doors. Jesus Christ. Yeah. At any rate, I want you to know that what else was I going to say? That knocking door threw me all off. That's so bizarre. And it's,
could it possibly be T-Tank Barry at the door with water?
Levy, go and check. Thank you. All right, let me do that. You guys handle this.
Okay, be careful. Okay, so thank you, Brendan.
Yes.
You are in Sacramento, correct?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So that's another factor because it is the capital. So naturally they would come out here.
God damn.
Yeah. So there you go.
I just hope that the knock at his door is water. I want to give Douglas's address. I posted it in the chat to send water to him. Small bottles is ideal. Douglas Dietrich, Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, 94109-1925. I'll repeat that. Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, 94109-1925. Small bottled water. He's very much in need for this. This is a very unfortunate circumstance that he suffered with this surgery that I now see was done either during the retrograde or when Mercury is stationary. A very tough time to get surgery. I think the doctor said, or they said it was the first time they ever had something like this. It didn't go.
Yes, and Mars is also transiting. Yes, or it's pretty close to transiting as well.
Well, Mars is always transiting. It's a question of what it's transiting. Yeah. It's about to go.
Yeah, into Gemini. Yeah.
It's about
Sidereal.
Yeah. So I don't know how that. I mean, Mars could impact it, but it's these things happen, and it's unfortunate that it happens. It lets us know.
There's also a large Saturn-Jupiter square as well. That's concurrent with the conjunction that happened in 2019 to 2020. So that also is risky, makes things more risky. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. This makes us realize the mortality of Douglas. I will say this. I do have the book done. It's in production now. I would hate to see him go out with the book, so to speak. We don't want that to happen. This book I've been working on it a couple of years. and it's done, and it's really getting interesting. As I say, I'm proofreading it and putting it into production. What production means, essentially, typesetting it so that it can be printed, and that goes into different stages of proofing. It's being proofed again, and I'm finding occasional typo or word needs to be added in, but it's pretty good. I think I had to change one sentence, but when I start getting into the ̔CHUḵ, it gets really interesting. It gets really interesting because what we're talking about here is the evil, if we call it that, that's been infected on this planet going back to ancient Lemuria or whatever continent you want to ascribe to, as we talked about the tales of the Emerald Llama. This stuff is so infected in the mind of mankind that people are carrying it with them. It's kind of like everybody carries a cell phone. Well, we all know that cell phones contain social media.
Yeah, I'm back.
So,
just so you know, I got back in time for the Tank Barry brought water. Just want people to know I have potable water now.
okay, so I get 6 points for intuition on that.
I thought he called you or texted you. You just intuited that? That's incredible.
Yeah, because I said, well, maybe somebody at the door could be Tank Barry, rather than being dismissive of it. So I put a note in the chat room. I said your address for people to send water.
Of course, thank you.
And of course, he's the best source.
Of the best.
Because he's nearby, and he knows, he can come to the door and be a hero. So thank you, Tank Barry.
Hey, they don't call him Tank for nothing.
How much water is it, Douglas? Or how long is it going to last you?
It should last, I'd say, with the amount of sleeping I'm going to be doing, 3-4 days.
Okay.
All right. At least. Around.
All right.
Yeah.
That could affect what I'm trying to do. So that's good. All right.
Excellent.
Not everything has
I should
overnight shipping, but I know you like.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So take your time now. Now you can take your time. There's no.
Okay. All right. But what water do you like? The Gerolsteiner, or is that one of them?
Oh, dude, don't get fancy. Dude, this is fuck that. You don't need that. That's like heavy metal. I call it just for fun. That's like heavy metal water. It's not metal. It's not. Yeah, that's a negative. That has a negative connotation. But you get what I mean. No, and it's no. Just any water. Any water's fine. Just so like yeah. Thank you. And with that, as Peter, bless you, Aristides and Brendan and Tank Barry, God, you're the man, Tank Barry. You truly are the hero. Goddess bless you, sir. And with that, my dear brothers in battle, Tank Barry, Samuel Romero, Stephen Myers, who also sent a wonderful thing about wanting to learn more about the occult in this kind of academic fashion, but not you know what Stephen Myers means. He's definitely excited towards hearing more about the occult, and I've been working with Peter on an inspiration that I've had, and will continue to work with Peter, and I want Peter to be patient with me. Obviously I'm going through a lot, and it's forcing a lot of traumatic experiences. The last this tube that they shoved down my throat was all too reminiscent of the Vox Arca. If it goes full DEFCON 4, it was like one of those ribbed plumber's plungers that they said my body was fighting all the anesthetic, and they had to get aggressive with it. Enough where apparently some collateral damage was done. Such being said, yes, Peter was talking about social media, and of course we're wearing this stuff on us all the time, and It listens even when we don't have the phone on. I mean, I'll bring things up, and other people say the same thing. That then the next time we get on the phone, it'll ask us, "Are you interested in this?" And it'll be a topic relevant to what we were discussing while we were not on the phone. There we are. Back to Peter. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. What I was saying is that and Douglas, just to clarify for you, and it doesn't hurt to reiterate it to the audience, is that the evil that goes back to the Emerald Lama and the ancient continents, it's embedded in mankind. It's embedded in their gray matter, in their genetics, in their thinking patterns. And just like a cell phone, I'm saying cell phone, everybody has a cell phone, but within the cell phone is social media, and we all know the evils of social media. So you have a cell phone, and it makes things very efficient when you're trying to get from one location to another with a GPS or with talking to people. It's very efficient, but it's we all know of the evils of cell phones, so that they contain negatives within them. The whole human physiology. I've talked many times in the past about how the human brain has a pattern within it that resembles or is evocative of what they call Goetia, 72 pathways. And these 72 pathways, the intricacies of this, it's so intricate. And I'm going to digress for a second. I bought a book on astrology that talks about how to put a template over your body, and you can go into the medical astrology. I find the book extremely poorly written. I can't read it.
That's too bad, because it sounds like a kick-ass subject.
It is. And I think the person who wrote it understands it, but it's a challenge in trying to convey it. It's really a challenge. And I'm sitting there now, I'm going to spend so much time grunting, trying to figure out how to understand it. I might be an expert on the time I understand it, but it might take me a long time. And then what am I going to do with it? I mean, I don't know. It's just, I found it very poorly written, and I think it has more to do with the challenge of the writing rather than the writer themselves. It's a challenging subject, and it's because it's so hard to write. It's an intimidating subject to convey. If you are somebody who can see in 3 dimensions and just pick it up, it might read easy to you. But I've had problems with people that were, perfectly good book, perfectly good. And then what does it say? And they can't tell you. So,
well, how would you compare it to my writing, my style of writing?
It's comparing apples and oranges.
Okay.
It's not detraconic. It's really, I would have to put so much concentration to understand what she's saying. It's like, man, it's like full-time sweat, and I'm just not going to do it. It's too hard.
Right.
Maybe I could go back and pick it up on another day. Right. It is very interesting because I bought it based upon a lecture I saw the woman do on YouTube.
Oh.
And it's just, it's challenging. But anyway, it's like if you take the subject of Goetia, which represents the 72 pathways of the human brain, and these 72 pathways can be parlayed or compared to the 72 sections of a circle. 72 sections of a circle, which is equivalent to your 72 keys of Solomon. And the 72 times 5 equals 360 degrees of a circle. So you have 72 sections with 5 degrees each of the circle. And each one of those 5 degrees represents the 4 elements plus Shin, 5th element. You know, that's your working system to break down the section. I mean, you could study the sections of a circle. You could parlay it into Kabbalistic diagrams and what they call the, can't pronounce the name by heart because I don't say it, but once every few years, Shemepha Morish or whatever it is, the name of God, and the Hebrew name for God. And so it's like, this is like breaking down the mind into, or the brain, the mind functions into all of its glorious details. And it's really interesting because back then, people were much more closely rooted to their origin than we are today. The more we get into the complexities of life, you know, and we end up in a 20th century household watching television like Ed Sullivan and Gunsmoke, you know, we're like sitting there watching these TV shows and we're like consumers of this diorama rather than the creators of the diorama or the people who were the learned scribes who learned it. And even during that time, most of the people were just shepherds or, you know, listened to their learned masters or whatever. It was a completely different mindset than we have today.
Yes.
And so it mystifies us. Yet again, those people had so little to do in terms of leisure time. In terms of leisure time, you know, they didn't have cell phones. They didn't have, you know, PTA meetings to go to and whatever. They didn't have discos. They you know, they had, and they had time on their hands, and they wrote of the origin of things, and some of it became learned knowledge to the scribes or whatever. So this is why, and we're so far afield from that, we're coming back to it, and it's getting to the point where a lot of knowledge, ancient knowledge, especially about the death state. The death state has been beaten to death as a subject. And I don't mean that in a negative way or even an ironic way. There's so much iterations about the state of death that humankind, compared to when I grew up, is in a much higher state of awareness about the state of death than it was when I grew up, when I was young. In other words, death was verboten. And I've always had a kind of a liquid state with death, based upon my experiences with Scientology and the experiences of my parents passing away when I was young. It's something that's been very much on my radar. It's kind of fallen away on my radar because I've lived successfully up to 70 years. And now, as you can kind of feel, you know, you feel it looming, it's like it's, you know, much closer now than it was 20 years ago. It's like something you think about occasionally. I think about occasionally. And it doesn't mean I'm going to pass away soon. It means like, okay, good. How long can you last? You know, you feel it's like you're in the 7th inning of your life, and you know the game's going to end at the end of 9, and there's always the possibility of extra innings. So,
believe me, these are the best years of your life, Peter.
Well,
Coming up.
if they are, it's going to be pretty nice. But thank you for that. But what I'm saying here is that, and I'm talking about the book that as I said, I'm reading about. It's really getting interesting as I just did the chapter on the Cho.
Yes.
I read the chapter on the Cho and the following one, which talks about the history of the Cho. And this is really, we're getting into the real meat of the book. The book is about the Cho and the evil that they represent. So, but the point of it is, the evil they represent is endemic to our culture, from video games, from all the H.P. Lovecraft fans to many, if not most of the science fiction fans, Freddy Krueger fans, all of this stuff. And people are addicted to it without realizing. And of course, the Graham Hancocks of the world. It's like, I just reread the comparison Douglas gives to what he writes and Zecharia Sitchin writes versus what H.P. Lovecraft writes. It's as if he's lifting from those. They are lifting and saying, okay, I'm going to say what H.P. Lovecraft said in his fiction.
Yeah, wholesale.
And now it's going to be heralded as alternative fact, even though it's decried by academics.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's just like, just like Kamala Harris could go up and take a shit on stage and everybody's clapping. I mean, that's what we have. It's like they're just supporting her wildly. Like, we don't care about any of that stuff. She's our lady. And it's really, I guess, what's the word? It's jaded, but it's
cynical.
Yeah, very cynical to see, even how, the press conducts themselves and, patting themselves on the back, and it's just amazing. But this is the world we live in, and this book is peeling back the layers of what's gone down over the centuries. So of course, people are addicted to whatever they're addicted to. And I want to make a comment, and Douglas, I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to force you to talk, but I'm going to make a comment about something I saw that interested me. And it was, it's just on YouTube. I watched the YouTube. It was part one. I didn't see part two. It was part one of a letter it was supposedly found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, which implies it has authenticity vis-a-vis being created at that time period. It's a letter from the wife of Pontius Pilate to one of her friends back in Rome. And she goes into excruciating detail of the circumstances that you read about in the New Testament. And it's so detailed that it gives you the impression that, one, the events in the New Testament happened really like they're depicted, because she's giving background information. Or two, you had a very creative writer who was doing everything they could to convince you of the circumstances. And of course, Pontius Pilate's wife is right in the middle of everything, and she's supposedly has a dream that she meets Jesus before he's killed. But what just kills this video, it just absolutely kills it, and I don't mean in a positive way, is that Now, I would have to see the translation to verify it. Is Pontius Pilate's wife makes some reference to Jesus or somebody coming on Easter. See, coming on Easter is this is the custom. And I go, oh my God, they didn't have Easter before Jesus was crucified.
Well, in all fairness, that's a bad translation. In other words,
in fairness,
yeah,
it might be a bad translation.
Yeah, they were probably.
What I'm saying
she probably said Ishtar. She probably said Ishtar.
No, she didn't say Ishtar. She said Easter. It wasn't Ishtar.
Are you not? Well, you get what I'm saying, though.
No, it wasn't. If it was a mistranslation, it should have been Passover.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And I don't know how you could screw up, Passover with Easter. But the thing is, you don't. This is just the. I mean, you don't say that in a video.
Right.
It is just it's stupid. It is so stupid. And it's like, if you say that in a video, you translate it. Now, it's like you have no respect or regard for the truth. Mm-hmm. But it only shows up in that one thing.
Right.
And this is what is like, say, what my girlfriend Marianne used to say about Peter Levenda. She says they drop beads. They drop beads and tell you who they are.
Yes.
And this is an indication of, oh boy, that's a big bead. Mm-hmm. That's a big bead. Now, of course, I'd have to go back and look at the real translation, because these people, and Christians are known to do this, they will go to great lengths. They will even lie and manipulate to get you to believe. And that's what one's dealing with. So I just wanted to comment.
It's true. Yeah, that's truth to that. Yes. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely not Ishtar. It would have to be Passover or whatever the applicable date was.
Okay.
And you don't. It's just like, and I used to see this with Scientologists or ex-Scientologists. They can't talk to the public without using Scientology terms.
Right.
And I said, what's wrong with you? I didn't do that when I was in Scientology. Mm-hmm. I didn't have to use Scientology terms to discuss something. It's like they're just programmed. And that's not because of Scientology. It's because of them and their mind. They can't distinguish like who you're talking to. Well, this is a person who knows nothing about Scientology versus this is a person who does.
Yes.
And it's like, it is so disrespectful to one's own mind. Like, what are you doing? In other words, this is a problem. So that's a case of Scientologists. In the case of Christians, now, okay, I'm going to give you two examples. Maria DeAndrea.
Yes.
I took her out for her birthday.
Excellent.
Her birthday was on the 11th. It was quite a remarkable evening. But she had lost she went to, two instances. She went to, she was told at the library where she had a gig. Mm-hmm. The woman said, and it was on dreams. It wasn't on anything occult or weird. It was on dreams. And the woman says, oh, you're very popular. They love you here. But I can't have you back because I'm a Christian.
Oh, my God.
And I said, Maria, for somebody to say that in this day and age, this is lawsuit material.
Yeah.
He says, oh, no, I wouldn't do that. I said, you know what? You can't. I said, we have to look into this further because this is so prejudicial. Like in this day and age. Now, if she said it in 1956, you can get away with it.
Of course.
But not in today's LGBTQ plus culture, where Christianity is on the run. But, I mean, that is such a prejudicial thing. I'm not comfortable because I'm Christian. Who gives a damn? Yet all the people like it. It's a community service. It's not a Christian library. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's a public library. Mm-hmm. And this is I mean, she could do a lawsuit, get $1 million and raise everybody's taxes. It pays all. We pay these ridiculous library taxes. We have so much money going to libraries on Long Island. It's not funny.
Whoa! Holy shit!
It's. I always thought it's ridiculous.
If only Amy had access to that. Her libraries are only open 3 days out of a week by volunteers, and that's when she gets the Wi-Fi to contact me or be on the show. But go on.
Yeah, well, I've got lots of libraries here. And so then I spoke to her today, and she said she went to she had a gig at, it was either a synagogue or a Jewish center, where she was supposed to give a talk. And it was scheduled. She goes for it, and she has a discussion with some lady in the parking lot. The lady says, "Oh no, we're watching a film tonight." She says, "Well, I was supposed to be here," and they said, "Oh no, the rabbi canceled that because it was well, we can't do that sort of thing." And I again, it wasn't. It was something innocuous. It wasn't a cult. It was something like I don't know what it was, something like dreams or something.
Right, dream analysis.
So this was a second instance, and they didn't even have the courtesy to call her.
Jesus Christ.
So I said, this is two instances, and she's telling me about 2 instances in 3 days.
That Long Island culture must be completely elitist. That's beyond it.
Well, I've never heard of this happening with her before. It's we're going to be looking into. I'm going to be helping her look into this stuff with her. I was looking at her chart today, but what happened? Well, I can't say exactly what happened, but she laid an occult bomb on me. Well, basically I'm there to, take her out to dinner and to tell her about my trip to Romania. That's, and I was actually wanting to take her out before I left because her birthday's on the 11th. So she said it didn't work out. So it was actually better that we did it afterwards, but I wanted to go before. But to kind of prime me for the trip. But instead, I'm just going to basically talk to her, and she says, "Oh yeah, I need help with something." And whoa, this is something I could talk to you about privately. It makes more sense based upon the stuff you wrote to me, about all the stuff about invocation and evocation.
Yes.
Because she laid a bomb on me that I'm not comfortable talking about it on the air.
I understand.
But it's like this, and we even mused because we've known each other for like 16, 17 years. And it's like she says, yeah, if we don't talk for like 5 years or something, and we get back together, it's like nothing's changed. It's like there's no big chasm, in terms of not hanging out, not seeing each other all the time. So it's, so anyway, we have a friendship, we help each other out, but this was like big, it's like Solomon's keys being laid before you. But I have to, well, our next meeting is to talk about how to deal with it, whatever it is. Because I'd say, and I explained to her, she's a little bit older than I am, but we're here, we're like, elders, and it's like we have a responsibility and a maturity and an ability to do things that we wouldn't accrue when we were younger necessarily. So, and it's like, it has to do with spell books. And this is the thing. And Douglas has talked a lot. I mean, what you said in the book is quite adequate. All this stuff you've added in, I've read most of it, and I've finished it all. And it's like you're giving instructions to people who shouldn't be taking the course. They're not qualified for the course.
I appreciate what you're saying, yes.
They're really not. And it's like, and there is such a lack of clarity in the procedure. Because even when you lay out what you lay out, it's like, and this is just like Aleister Crowley's magic theory and practice. You start to do that stuff, and you're like, okay, this is like, okay, it's like going out in the backyard, hitting a tennis ball, and pretending like you're playing a real baseball game, or you're pretending like you're playing a real game, and you're just playing by yourself. Well, except you're doing the magic, it's kind of like doing that, except that all of a sudden, the ball starts moving on its own. It's not, you threw it, you bat it against the wall or something and then try and catch it.
Yeah.
If you're playing defense and offense, you hit the ball against the garage wall, it bounces back, and if you catch it, it's an out. If it gets by you, it's a hit or whatever. And only this time the ball's moving of its own accord. And it's and all of a sudden you're not playing by yourself. That's where it becomes very dangerous. So
yes,
the only people that would read that stuff with application in mind would be people who shouldn't read it.
True. This is why I've made it as vague and general as possible. While I'm inspired by the traumas that I've been suffering from, that of course are as traumatic, with the injury that I suffered in my throat, with the anesthetic, shall we say, brutality that I recently was afflicted with, their technology and their technique. It's very similar to what happened with the Vox Arca, which I did run a diagnostic on recently during the highlight of the Chinese Month of the Dead at the Nadir, the Apex. And of course, this is something that has brought back enough of a coherency, a cogency to my experiences of liaising with Michael Aquino, where I want to get this down while I can cognizantly and consciously recall it. I don't know if my recollections need to go into this book, but we'll put them aside at least. Elements of it maybe as like little appendices or something. We'll talk about that privately, but certainly the whole of it will be placed aside.
You don't want people reading that stuff. What you've said in the book is cogent, is potent enough. What you said in the book already.
Yes.
This only amplifies it.
Yes.
This is like a handbook, is what you sent in that email.
Yes.
And it's very evocative of Aleister Crowley's magic theory and practice.
Yes.
It's very reminiscent of that.
Yes.
It's more detailed, I think.
Thank you.
And it's, as I say, it's a handbook for knuckleheads. Because that's who's going to try and do it.
True enough. Yes.
That's my. Anyway.
Amy Como said she couldn't help but think about Jambo. Amy Como said she couldn't help think
everything you say is.
Yeah.
Is impactful.
Yeah.
But you actually already said it.
Yes.
You said the impactful part of what it is. You're just giving more details. And what we're talking about here is magical ritual, and Douglas says quite clearly the main thing is gnosis. It's the thought. It's the pure thought. And what Aleister Crowley says, and even more emphasized by L. Ron Hubbard, is the postulate. Yes. The postulate is the decision, the cognition, recognition of an idea that is just a firm, strong idea, that is a pure idea, or that can extend into a communion with an entity to facilitate an action.
Yes.
An action. And then, of course, when you put ritual behind it, it reinforces the postulate.
Yes.
Which Hubbard would have said was completely unnecessary if you did the postulate correctly. Nevertheless, you know, the more you spill it out into the physical plane, this is what voodoo does with sympathetic magic.
Yes.
You start playing with representatives of the creature you're dealing with, and it does have an impact. I've described writing the letters that Dennis Adams told me, and, you know, writing letters in the carbon pencil to whoever you're trying to resolve something with, and go out and read it out loud in nature 3 times, once for yourself, once for them, and once for everybody else, and then you burn it. And it puts you into a state of gnosis with that person. It's another form of magic. And when I say magic, it's magic is just defined as getting something to conform to the will. So, like if a baseball player picks up a ball and strikes out, he intends that, you know, he's performed an act of magic. He struck out the batter, which is what he intended to do. And, you know, every time a ball player, you know, gets involved in an action, he's got a postulate to hit the ball, to catch the ball, to throw the ball. You know, it's all postulates. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. And when they work, it's deemed successful. So, and of course, when we parlay magic into something like baseball, they spend at least a month preparing and getting in shape. And so that's preparation. And say football, you're spending time learning plays, drilling plays, whatever. That's preparation. That's a part of the magic too. That's the part of the ritual. Whatever it is, preparation is very important. And of course, it has a much more ostensibly pragmatic function when you're talking about preparing, you know, something administratively, having the accounts in shape or whatnot, than say something, you know, a lot of magical actions or rituals are more abstract. Not always. Always. But so basically this is what we're talking about when we say magic. And then when you up the ante,
yes,
which makes really, really questionable, is when you start entering blood,
yes,
into the equation, whether it be your own blood or somebody else's blood. Ultimately, you know, a sacrifice of an animal or a sacrifice of a human. And somebody, I don't know if it was you, I don't think it was you, who pointed out that, you know, kosher food, we're talking about animals,
yes,
is prepared with sacrifice. It's the bleeding of an animal.
yes,
Correct bleeding of an animal,
yeah,
per their regimens.
yeah,
So that's an actual sacrifice. So, you know, that Hebrew rabbis are engaging in magic when they do kosher.
absolutely. And by the way, Amy Como observed.
It's a blood ritual. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, definitely a blood ritual. So there are certainly blood ritualists in the Judaic tradition, and yes, you're right, I did not point that out. That was someone else. But Amy Como pointed out that to reinforce what you're saying about the kind of people who would be attracted to what I'm recollecting and getting down on paper, so to speak, while I'm, shall we say, in the headspace to do that, so we can put it aside at the least. She said she couldn't help but thinking that Jambo the Reese Monkey would just be orgasming all over this, that he would just be drooling, and this is all that he was waiting for.
You're quite right. She's quite right, and I was just, as you were about to say what she was saying, yes. I was thinking of him myself. But, you know, he might even want to sacrifice Salmon Sheikh.
He considers him one of my assets now, along with Pac-1 Mireles, so they had a falling out. That's what happens with physical intimacy at times, when it's simply too much passion without the planning.
Without the family planning. But in any case, yeah.
Forgive me. My earbud fell out. I missed what you just said, but continue, please.
I said it's just family planning.
Yes, there we are.
One more reason why I like Amy. I really enjoy her.
Yes.
You know, when she talks and stuff, she's got a very, and she has to put up with so much she deals with, but in some part of her, she's got such a level head.
Yes.
Which is always nice, especially for people who suffer such challenges.
Yes.
Why do we have to suffer such? Why does anybody have to suffer such challenges? So, what, you know, your and this whole thing. The reason Douglas went into this whole diatribe is because there was one word that I needed help with.
Yes. Yes, an anti-god. The name of an anti-god.
I didn't have the correct phonetic spelling for it. It was fine. It could have been as it was, because nobody would know the difference. Yes. But he just took that spelling, and he went back and listened to his tape and made a better phonetic spelling. But then it sprouted out all of this further elaboration on what he'd been talking about with invocation and evocation.
Yes.
The first time I ever learned the words evocation and invocation was our 8th grade graduation. I think we did an invocation. I think that was called an invocation and an evocation. I don't know.
Holy shit.
It wasn't religious. It was just, you know, it was just a prayer. It's kind of a prayer, you know, just a benign, non-denominational, I don't know what the hell it was. And now that I think about it.
It sounds quite sinister the more you talk about it.
It wasn't. And it was also then, you know, that we had the choir. So it was part of the choir, you know. The choir, you know, got together. Because, you know, in 7th and 8th grade, we you know, the upperclassmen will say, go in the choir, go join the choir, because then if you don't go to choir, you'll have to go to geography. So we all went to choir so we wouldn't have a classroom class, and you could just, you know, hang out, and it wasn't like you didn't have to go to school, you know. The only payback was you had to sing, you know, learn how to sing tenor or whatever your part was.
I was in the choir once. Unfucking believable.
It was fun. But I think we had to appear in a Christmas play or something, and I think go to some choir competition. But I mean, you know, all the guys in it were in sports. You know, they were all my sports buddies. So it was, you know, but at the graduation we had to do something. And it was, and I'm trying to think why the hell, because I got kicked out of the choir.
What the hell did you do?
I think I was talking, I think it was the last straw. I was talking with my buddy. He remembered it. You know, we were just screwing around, and while we were doing some recording, they were recording an album. And I couldn't understand why people would want to buy an album of this thing. I thought it was the stupidest thing. And then I also had bad blood with the teacher because he accused me of bending a music stand.
Oh,
and it was this big stare down. I didn't do it. And I just stood up to him.
Okay.
And, you know, just he stared at me for 5 minutes, and I stared back at him. I wouldn't relent.
Jesus.
So he was, you know, he was accusing me of something I didn't do.
Right.
And he wasn't able to make it stick either. So, but I guess that was the last straw. Yeah. But so be it. But anyway, that was where I first learned terms invocation and evocation, and of course, I wasn't doing anything magically with them. And I would say that I didn't really get any deeper appreciation for them until I read Aleister Crowley's books, particularly Magic Theory and Practice, where he talks about this stuff. Mm-hmm. And your work sounds hauntingly similar to what he writes, except you're going into much more detail.
Thank you.
Although his are arguably simpler and easier to read. But then again, you know, what the hell's going on here? And, you know, what the hell, you know, and people that do this stuff. And one of the funniest ones, I know it's funny and it's not funny, is that it was a video I saw on YouTube of Poke Runyon. Poke Runyon is a notable occultist in Southern California who's in a lot of secret organizations he doesn't talk about, including Freemasons, probably the Rosicrucians, I'm sure, and of course the OTO. And apparently he comes from a wealthy family and he has all the accoutrements of an occultist. And
guess when you got a lot of time on your hands. Yes, go on.
What I saw him doing was he was doing a video on Enochian magic. And he says, in a ritual, he says, now, you're not supposed to do this. I wouldn't show you this. But I showed this to some people, and now they're doing it. And they're doing it on YouTube, and they're doing it wrong, so I have to show you how to do it right. And it's kind of like, it just looks so embarrassing. You know, it reminded me of, you know, sort of like, it was kind of like this. It was like, you know, I showed somebody how to masturbate and they didn't do it right. Now they're doing it on video. It was kind of like, that's the way I felt that I was watching. You shouldn't be doing this. And if these people were doing it, and in other words, so who is your audience? It's you know, you've got all these people, oh, that's the way to do Enochian magic right. Oh, good, I was doing it wrong. Now I'm going to do it right. You shouldn't be doing it. If you're somebody who's getting your information from YouTube, you shouldn't be doing it.
Oh my God.
Another case in point was Vincent Bridges, an expert in the works of John Dee and particularly Edward Kelly. He moved, and his videos are worth watching, particularly those on Shakespeare. And he was fascinated with Edward Kelly. And he moved to Prague because that's where Edward Kelly and John Dee
cut their teeth. Yeah.
Well, yes, and I'm going to say something about that since we're talking about magic. And it does tie in a little bit to David Anderson, a little bit. But, you know...
hey, quantum physics is just magic. It's metaphysics. Go on.
Well, yeah, and I haven't been going down the Romanian pathway because I've been sensitive to what's going on with you, and I feel that that might be a distraction towards what's important here. Not to minimize its importance, but
Oh, you're free to do so, though. I
yeah,
appreciate.
but I'm staying on this strain right now because
Understood.
uh,
Understood.
John Dee and Edward Kelly uh, really they were, as they say, they cut their teeth when they moved to Prague. They're already working together, but where things really gelled for them was in Prague, which was the capital of the Holy Roman Empire at that time. Bohemia, it was known as. Bohemia.
That's right.
And this is at least one inspiration for the Bohemian Grove.
Yes.
It is like the Holy Roman Empire was the seat of Europe.
Yes.
Now, the reason things gelled so well in Prague was because the geography, the topography of the land around Prague mimics exactly this sigil, which is called the sigil Diamant, or the sigil of truth. The sigil of truth, and this is an amulet, or you'll see it. Now, there are earlier iterations of what's called the sigil Diamant, but this is like the, it's got the good housekeeping seal of approval on it because it's just the most complete one. But in other words, they make this sigil out, and I can't say that they necessarily knew that what they were sigilizing was mimicking the macrocosmic topography that was around them in this environment. Now, and out of this, Edward Kelly channeled the Enochian language, which is a real language. It's a magical language, and it was given to them. The entities that gave it to them identified themselves as the same entities, angels, which gave King Solomon his ring, and they gave him the same ring. I wrote about this in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, but not necessarily all about what I'm saying here, is that the topography of surrounding area of Prague was formed by a huge meteorite. This is from scientists, and it left this impression that mimics the sigil Diamant. But what was left behind, what it resulted in was this mineral, very rare mineral called moldavite, which is mostly unique to this area. And Vincent Bridges gives a very coherent narrative about this, and then he says that this moldavite was used as the capstone for the Great Pyramid, and that it was eventually, and it's also got a great use in alchemy, which he talks about. But that the last remnant piece of this capstone of moldavite is what became the black stone in Mecca. They call it a meteorite in Mecca. So the stone in the Kaaba that everybody walks around and whatnot. So, that's an interesting thing. But the point with Vincent Bridges, he was very knowledgeable in the Enochian language, and was a magician, but he made a comment in one of his videos. He says, there's only about a dozen people that I could work with, and I'd only trust about, so many of them. I don't remember when he numbered. There were only very few of them he'd trust to work with. And I'm thinking like, this is like, there's only 7, criminals, or 7 or 8 criminals I'd recognize from the Batman TV series. And I only, it's like, wow. I said, man, why? What are you working with? And it's not that the people are necessarily bad, but it's kind of like, what? Well, if there's a movie, I don't know if it's called Simon Magus, but it's about Simon Magus, the magician in the New Testament who competed with St. Peter. And he's played in the movie. It's by a young Jack Palance. Like, would you want to do business with this guy? No. It's like, what's going on here? Now, and the most.
This is the movie that almost destroyed Paul Newman's career before it started, right?
I think so. But anyway, what I noticed about Vincent Bridges was that he was taking on, in my opinion, this is my own same intuition that told me that T-Tank Barry was at your door.
Yes.
Was that he was building on the ambiance of a golem. He was like, he was a little hunched over. He really needed to learn Qigong. In other words, he was working himself into he was taking on the characteristics of a golem because of all of this thing in magic.
Yes.
Not that he wasn't knowledgeable. But then again, if you watch those, well, I say golem, but I really mean Igor. I mean Igor is what I mean. Igor from the Frankenstein movies, played by Bela Lugosi. And Igor is a character who would, like, ends up working as an assistant but he knows everything in the castle. He knows everything. He just doesn't have the scientific degree. He knows where all the bodies are buried. He knows where all the parts are. He's like the custodian. He's like,
yes.
He's like Brendan Zogan. That's a joke. Just because Brendan
understood. Yes.
Like, knows where all the stuff is.
He does. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
From a humble position. From a humble position, no less. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying is he was taking on the ambience of Igor. In other words, becoming the, it's just like he couldn't necessarily. I mean, I'm looking from outside. It doesn't minimize whatever knowledge he had, but what the hell are you doing with it? And this is a risk I suppose everybody suffers from, especially when they get old. And as I mentioned, my friend who worked with L. Ron Hubbard said he'd completely lost his mind. So this guy creates a whole organization, and they're all the messengers are running around trying to keep him out of sight of anyone because they don't want a public relations faux pas of him acting like a Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So it's like this is what happens. You outlive your usefulness and you just become a mockery of what you were. It's like, okay, this is the way life works. Now, he was near the end of his years at that point. He didn't live too long after that, but I don't think after the videos I saw.
Right.
There were also stories of him being connected to Andrei Puharich, and I think it was a house a houseboat in Sausalito, which is right north of San Francisco, with Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And I think Aquino mentioned that I was never on a houseboat in Sausalito, which means absolutely nothing.
Indeed, probably confirms he was. But go ahead.
But, in other words, so there was something a little off there with him. But my point is, he was very knowledgeable, and I admired him for his knowledge. But, I don't want him playing the front line for the Green Bay Packers. He's not going to play there. I don't even want him in my locker room. I just don't. So be it. But these are the dangers of magic. But nevertheless, Prague is and where it ties into David Anderson was when Paula's stepmother Tamarinda gave a presentation in 2017, and David was kind enough to participate via Skype. Which I emceed, dialogued it, and then I said there was a lot of chit chat about doing it in Prague. I said, let's do the next meeting in Prague, the next event in Prague. And David says, yes, I have some friends I'd like to see Prague. I like that. So Tamarinda never picked up on my, it's like sometimes when things just synchronize. He was going to the Czech Republic, and I was writing to her, and she just didn't register. And it turned out that whatever she was doing there, she was more of a speaker than she was an organizer. So she wasn't in a position, but the communication just was not happening. And then one of her students was from the Czech Republic. She tried to generate interest. I wanted to do an event in Prague. Nothing. Then then I was in touch with a couple of lesbians in Prague. One was an American, and tried to get something going with them.
I bet you did. Some ménage à trois. Yes.
No, not that. It was trying to get some momentum with this. They were interested in the inner earth and all that.
I see.
But they were, they would always they'd always ask for money.
Oh,
so,
man.
We're stuck here and we need money. It was stupid.
Well, you could have got an exchange thing going there, but money for services, but
no. I was trying to get to Prague, not to get a couple of roommates. They were but they were like, it just it's like nothing worked out with Prague. Now I did have a friend who she went to Romania with us, and she knew Prague like the back of her hand.
Yeah.
But she didn't know any of the esoteric stuff.
Interesting. How does one do that? How does one pull that off?
She's a jet setter. So she's, got, I mean, she didn't tell me this, but I think she's got boyfriends all over the world,
okay.
Or whatever. But, so I wanted to go to Prague with her, conceivably, or be there, not just necessarily just with her, but she'd show me the ins and outs, and I'd show her the esoteric parts, because she was totally, up to the esoteric of it all. It's just that she didn't know anything about it. So nothing with the Prague, ever developed. But my whole impetus for doing it was more that David had expressed a willingness and an interest in it, but nobody else did. Nobody else, well, except people in the audience picked it up. They wanted to go to Prague, but it's just like, this is the thing. It's just like with David Anderson. I might have mentioned it. I'll mention it again. One of my good friends at Atlanticon, he's a journalist, and he said, I was mentioning, he says, oh yes, I've read what David says about the sediment. Now the sediment reveals that there was a high heat discharge, extremely high heat discharge, 200 or 2,000 years ago. And David said that could be caused by nothing but a time reactor. Well, the journalist was dismissive of it. Well, okay, dismissive. I'm not dismissive of it. David knows his science. And neither me nor the journalist are, you can look at it and say, glass half empty, half full. I'd say it's 3/4 full. There's a quarter room of me not knowing the scientific bric-a-brac to save it. But the point of it is dismissive. So it's like, it's like, okay, cast it aside. I don't want to watch that TV show. I don't want to watch the TV show where it says that this could be evidence of a time reactor. Well, this happens to be my work, so so it's relevant to me. It's not relevant to him. It'll be relevant to him when I show up at his door with a time machine or something.
Yes.
Which is, I have no desire to prove this to anybody.
Right.
But it's grist for the mill for me. And so, in other words, people can be dismissive or not pick up on the obvious elephant in the room. Or maybe it's a baby elephant. Or maybe it's just the trunk of a baby elephant showing itself. But this is the thing. This is what one has to do, is look at the obvious, or it may not be obvious to someone. So, as I say, when I'm dealing with David, there's so many subtle aspects that, and as I say, that nobody, I guess, people don't get the frequency. They're not going to get the prize, whatever the prize is. So that was that. Now I'll segue back into Romania. I'd left off by saying that what I'd accomplished there was putting up, my friend Cyprian putting up the antenna station. I'm just there to ensure that he does it, which didn't really take anything but watching him do it, or watching him do it. And quite simple for him. So the antenna station, which I realized, which I finished the last conversation is that it's actually a draw to bring David there, which is not what it was originally intended, because it gives a venue for the people to learn, the scouts to learn ham radio, gives the opportunity to communicate. And now we've just applied to distribute funds for grounding. You just need some materials, less than $200 to ground the entire system, and to not only ground the entire system, but to ground the entire electrical system of the camp, because it's vulnerable as it stands right now. And by the way, German, who knows everything about that area, he mentioned to me that the two most frightening things, that are the most intimidating things to him in that region, are, one is lightning and stones falling out of nowhere, coming down the mountain.
Right.
Said he was once with a group of scouts and a stone came out of nowhere. It didn't hit anybody, but it could have. It's just very intimidating. So you don't want to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. But that's just a side comment. So anyway, that was very successful. And I got to meet, his name was Bogdan. Many people named Bogdan in Romania. He was the third person of the movie triumvirate that are doing the movie Egregore. Egregore is a movie that, in fact, I need to follow that up and get the full movie to show to my friend Teo to hopefully to secure funding. But Egregore is a tale of esoteric Romania. It's set up to be a series, and he did the pilot. The pilot begins with Wdy82824, which is Dracula, who's getting, of course, the historical one, not the vampiric version. And they're giving him the Solomonari are interacting with him, and he's using that as an attractor to teach people. I think he only appears in the first episode, but it's really good footage. But it's to introduce people to sacred Romania. And I met as I say, the guy who I don't know if he does the camera work, but he was the third person. So I've met all three. Last year I met one of the others. I know sort of the head guy, but now I met his two buddies, which was really neat. And I've met them all in different situations, different times. But that's kind of incidental. I had stated that I always had one foot ready towards the bathroom because I had caught dysentery. And so it was, I think, the third day, it was like Wednesday, we went back, I think, on a Saturday. So it must have been Thursday. And Thursday, our agenda was to go to Alba Iulia, which means White Julia, which is it's this huge peak you see. You look around, and I didn't know that was it. I saw the peak. It's in Western Transylvania, and we went there, and then we were supposed to deliver Samantha from Brooklyn to put her on a truck, and then she'd go back to Bucharest because she needed to leave early. So we go to Alba Iulia, and we went on roads that were so horrible. We couldn't find the place. This was not the first time I couldn't find a place with my driver. He just, the GPS was not synchronizing with, the right way. So that we struck out on that. We struck out on Alba Iulia, but we revisited a couple days later. Then the second to the last day didn't really, I went with them. They were going to the Lost World. And as we approached, this is in Western Transylvania. It's the area that Radu talks about. That is where he says there are, warehouses that ship goods to the inner earth, and there are people from the inner earth who work above ground, so on and so forth. And he gives somewhat specific references. This is in Western Transylvania in the Apuseni Mountains. It's an area I'd never been to. So we went there and proceeded to drive along some horrible dirt roads. And as I say, every time I've been to ̔CHUḵENGG-GUÍYUÈ cave, I marvel. I said, these roads are much worse than I remembered. Well, these roads going to the Lost World were even worse than that. And the driver said, this is where connections to the inner earth, legends, people disappear, go to the inner earth, and all sorts of legends. and I don't know if I described this before, but this, so anyway, we stopped, we had a picnic, and then somebody said, this guy can drive us to the place for like €6 each. A euro is about $1.10. So it was a great deal. And we get in this old four-wheel drive, which is a bucket of bolts, and he's driving about 5-10 miles an hour over roads which are yet worse. And it's like, this was the wingman showing up, the wingman that Maria puts on me for all my trips. You know, he comes out of nowhere and he's, oh God, man, the wingman. And you know, everybody knew about the wingman. So we get there, and we finally get to there, and this is a waterfall. And you say, oh, well, you can go this way or you can go that way. And going the way I chose to go was through the water. So I take off my socks, put my tennis shoes back on, and walk through the water. And then the next thing you know, we're grabbing onto these steel bars that are coming out. You're putting your feet on them, you're putting your hands on them.
Cleats. I think.
Cleats, yeah.
Or claytons or something. Yeah.
You're walking up, and then there's a big cable that you grab onto, and you're scaling up the side of the, I guess you could call it a cliff. You know, it's a rocky, craggy cliff. It's not a straight cliff. And you're going up there, and the next thing you know, somebody says, don't look down, because you're so high up. And I didn't even think of looking down because I got to hold on to it. So it was, I guess, what you'd call a journey I was not prepared for. I squeezed the towel every day, and that made holding on to these things
possible.
Not challenging. What was challenging was the breath, because you know you're really breathing. You know, it's like, you know, so you have to rest now and then. And finally we got to the point where I said, I found a ledge. I said, I got to sit here. I got to rest. I must have rested 15 or 20 minutes. He said, it's only 10 more meters. That last 10 meters was very hard. And then that was mostly the end of it, not completely. And that was a very excruciating trip. And then there was a long walk back. We didn't come back the same way. And I guess everybody mused that it would be. The driver, he says, we're an hour behind. The driver's not going to be there. I said, he'll be there. He'll be there. Because he wants his money, and he's the wingman. And sure enough, he was there. They looked at me as if they were surprised. But I knew he'd be there. And he was. So that was a heavy-duty trip. And I got to be in the presence of the lost world, whatever that is. It kind of puts my aura there.
Yeah.
But when I go back, I won't be looking for mountain climbing. I'm more interested in people rather than, and of course the guys I was with, predominantly my driver and Krister, they're like hogs for hiking. They want to exert themselves at every opportunity and hike themselves to death. That's really what they're into. And they jump in the cold water. And, you know.
They can have it. They can fucking have it.
I mean, it didn't appeal to me. I was the only one that didn't go in the water. My feet got wet.
Well, I mean, the hiking, too. The hiking, the water, all that sadomasochistic.
Well, I don't know. It's like, I mean, it could be invigorating. I don't question it could be invigorating. It just wasn't my cup of tea. And my driver was so proud of me for pushing my limits, and I pushed my limits in other ways in life.
Yes.
I that's more his thing, and he was very proud of me, but so what, and I say proud of me, because I'm 71 years old. It was, and they're looking after me and taking care of me, but, if I'm 51 years old or 41 or whatever, it's no big deal. It wasn't even that big a deal. I just needed to go a little slower. And I took it in stride. It was a good experience. I'm glad I did it because it kind of like, played off of me not feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
This didn't get in the way. And I was very guarded about what I ate. And then we got back late. And then the next day was our last day. And our last day was, okay, this is so funny. We're going to go to Alba Ulia again now because he's got the right directions. And we're going to go to Alba Ulia and then head home. And there was this plan, possibly they were talking about going to this spa or something, and then I'd take an Uber the rest of the way home or something, because I wanted no place of, like, I would have preferred to get back to Bucharest at 6 o'clock because I wanted to meet my friend Catalina, who I hadn't seen from 2016, and she just came back to town, so I missed her. But so anyway, we're going to go to Alba Ulia. Now there's only 4 of us. There's me, driver Daniel, Krister, who's really sponsoring the trip, and Sebastian, who's, taking the pictures and stuff. Mm-hmm. So we go up and park by this church or something. It's out in the open, and Sebastian's going to stay behind because he's got phone calls to make for his business and his ankle's bothering him. So he's a voracious hiker too. But so it's the 3 of us go up, and he says, "Oh, it's about 10 minutes. It's about 10 minutes." Well, if he says 10 minutes, it probably means an hour. This is how he is. So about everything. So he said, 10 minutes. And after a while, he says to me, "Look, there's a place up there with shade and a nice view. You can wait for us there." Mm-hmm. So we go up there, and there's no such place.
What a bastard! What a piece of shit!
His girlfriend would say that, but I would hold my tongue. He just misestimates, he believed that. But then these 2 SUVs show up with these 2 Romanian couples.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, here's the wingman.
Yes.
And we make friends with them. I'll probably see them both again, either in New York or in Romania. They're into camping. They had to move stuff out of there, move their stuff around so we could all fit in, because they had 2 cars. And the guy I got in with, Vlad and his wife, Gabby, they were wonderful. Spoke perfect English. But Vlad is a mechanic. He's a mechanical engineer. He has his own repair shop. He knew exactly what that car could do and what it couldn't do. Mm-hmm. So we went through some pretty ugly terrain, particularly on the way back. Mm-hmm. And we're taking a long drive, 10 minutes my ass. You see, it wasn't 10 minutes to get to where we got them. And they not only took us to the foothill of Alba Ulia, they climbed with us. And it got so steep. It was mostly grass that they couldn't, I guess 3 of us couldn't make it all the way up. Mm-hmm. And 3 of them did. But we still got the view. But it's really not so much about the view, it's about maintaining your footing. So a lot of coming down, I kind of come down through the grass on my ass. It was so steep.
Jeez.
It was quite an ordeal. But see, this was supposed to be, okay, we're going to go there, walk up 10 minutes, come back, and then get to Bucharest. We didn't get, so we made great friends with these people. They're wonderful people. Just absolutely wonderful people. And the ride down was really, some of the places he was going through with his car, as he said, he knew exactly, I couldn't have had a better car or a better driver. And so he took us all the way back to the car, and I saw Sebastian, and I said, because he thought it was 10 minutes. He's sitting in the car, in the van the whole time. I go, "How are you?" He goes, "Stressed." Stressed, because
Yeah.
he didn't hear from us. We were gone. She says, I would have rather been back in Bucharest at 6. I said, yeah, so would I. Now, it's at least a 6-hour drive to Bucharest. It's more than that, I think. So we said goodbye to our friends, and we, started on the way back to Bucharest. I think we ate in the supermarket. Buy stuff in the supermarket, and then you go, there's some tables outside, and that was, rather than to go to dinner or something. And I made him feel better on the way home by telling him dirty jokes. They work in Romanian. I mean, I don't speak Romanian. I made him feel a lot better. So that was that was kind of the tail end of the trip, and both days were physical exertion, which I hadn't really done anything to physically exert myself the whole trip. I wanted to do some hiking at Bear Mountain north of New York City to do some, to get myself in shape, but the weather was either too hot or too rainy. And turns out I didn't need to do that because it worked out just fine. But in this area of the lost world is the area I would focus on. It's where one of my friends in Romania wants to focus on. He believes, he can connect to the inner earth. But then when I come home and Marina Sarin is appearing before me, I said, she might be a lot easier to facilitate this.
Yes, absolutely.
But even that is a little speculative.
Yes.
I did get an answer from her.
Okay.
Because I asked her to send me links on her political stuff. But I still didn't get any links. She said, most of it's, only, I guess it's in Spanish. Well,
Yeah.
I'm willing to look at Spanish because I can Google translate it. I want to see some more of the mainstream stuff of her because most of the stuff is hybrid ET super soldier stuff. And, so be it. But, I think that sums up the trip to Romania. I mean, that's not really anything. There are other aspects of, the whole idea of ̔Radu and what he offers is a pathway, an idea, connection to the inner earth. And one of the things is that he's, first off, in his books, he's in a very rarefied environment with very rarefied connections. And it's a very abstract world. And it's also a very delicate world. And he talks about the delicateness of dealing with the politics. Now, there are other people who have asserted that there's entities waiting to devour you. And, these things are not, I guess what it is, it's not like a yellow brick road.
No.
It's like, it's not like a yellow brick road. Which brings me to another point. I'm watching somebody on YouTube. Now, I'm not watching him. He kind of comes on because I've got YouTube running and it goes from one to the next. And I got some guy talking about so much. I don't know his name. It's probably good that I don't know his name, because this way I won't be bad-mouthing him. He is quite informed. He's talking about all the modern things going on. He's going around the world about all this knowledge. It's, he's correlating every piece of metaphysics you want to hear out there, and he's doing it coherently. But I'd say if he's talking, and he comes in like that to Qigong class, if I was the teacher, I'd say beat him up, because he's just talking. It's not that he doesn't have knowledge, but he's just got every answer in the world. He's correlating awareness. He's a very intelligent man. But in other words, in my impression in Qigong, you'd never see a Qigong master talking like that. You'd never see a Qigong student talking like that. In other words, he was very intelligent, but I guess what you'd say, he wasn't grounded. And he wasn't necessarily doing the things. Which then went to a show on Eckhart Tolle. Now, you know who Eckhart Tolle is?
No, not really.
He's a German New Age speaker of incredible renown, Eckhart Tolle. I never heard of him until I went to Romania, and some young lady said, "Oh, I listened to Eckhart Tolle." Okay, I never heard of him. But, he's been like, he's a little guy. But this was the thing that got me.
Little guy, huh? You sure his name wasn't Eckhart Troll? or
No,
Noel?
You know how Rudolf Hess used to warm up the speeches for Hitler?
Yeah.
Well, guess who was his warm-up act? Tony Robbins.
For Eckhart Tolle, not Rudolf Hess, I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going, Eckhart Tolle. They're all shouting Eckhart Tolle. Like,
Jesus
come all
Christ. Jesus.
And it's like, he'd always dreamed of doing an event with Eckhart Tolle, and he's just given Eckhart Tolle every vote of confidence. And I said, to me, that's a vote of unconfidence.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's not a good lead. Not a good lead. Not a good...
He talks about the present. And, I ended, so I was very jaded because Tony Robbins was introducing him, and it was all this fanfare. It was like this big. It was like the Democratic Convention.
Oh, God. Oh.
And they were just, shouting him up. And I mean, it's like, do we need to shout people up?
Yeah, I mean, just that act is very bizarre.
Yeah, it was. But anyway, I started listening to him, and I said, oh, he's making some sense here.
Okay.
He's talking about how people basically are living a life that is kind of like an unconscious movie that they're not really quite aware of, which is true. But then he just kept going on and bored me. I said,
yes, it just goes on. Yeah.
I thought he was going. He made some good premises, and maybe he has some good things to say. I'm sure he has good things to say, or he wouldn't be as popular as he is. But it was very ironic, and the real essence of what I'm talking about here is you have to do things. You have to do things. It's not, good enough to just get informed. And this applies very much to when you're talking about magic.
Yes.
It's okay to be informed about it, but it's like, what does one do? Well, the Cho worked very hard at magic.
Yes.
Certain entities that influence the government work very hard at it. This book is informing people about it. But when it comes to these people philosophizing or just waxing so enthusiastic about all this stuff in their head, it's kind of like, okay, it's better off to learn how to just breathe.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Brendan points out he got famous. This troll guy, Toller guy, he got famous on Oprah Winfrey with Deepak Chopra. Apparently, Deep Choke Quoker as what does he call him? Deep Pocket Choker is what Brendan Zogit calls him. Said they were feeding off each other, bouncing off each other too. You know the old saying: two charlatans met on the street one day, and never have two men been so eager to vouchsafe for each other's reputability.
That stuff happens.
Yeah, these people were on Oprah's like Super Soul Sunday, quote unquote. Kind of, this dark Gnostic shit they always push about, stripping the body and you're all mental, you're all in the mental, stuff like that. And then you add in the Tony Robbins angle. I mean, that's nefarious. It just makes it evil.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So, there you go.
Thank you.
Oprah could really make a whole career. I mean, she made Dr. Oz. She made Dr. Phil.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
She could have made Peter Moon and Preston Nichols.
Yeah.
But chose not to.
Yeah. There you go.
She turned into Monty Hall and Let's Make a Deal.
Now, I sent you a, while Brendan is with us, I'd like Brendan to talk a little bit about the Cho, and I can't seem to find where we had that word salad. Brendan, if you could find it, that word salad where there was...
I put that in the book.
Okay, good.
No, all things Cho.
Yeah, and hopefully the map.
Yeah,
so
that thing. Is that what you're looking for?
No, I'm looking for the one where they said, it's not about the name of the owner, and then they went to this ridiculous word salad, the word Cho. They said, some people said it was the name of the owner because it begins with a T, and then went into this weird word salad. Yeah, that's not the Japanese article.
No, that's on their current website. But there was like a previous article that we'd found on like New Business when it was still new.
I see.
And they said it was because the guy was from NASA. It was technological.
Oh yeah, well we added that into the book. The book, but this was something
new. So that
new.
was different than what they claim now. So
yeah,
I'm gonna look for the new one.
Yeah, the new one, which is all words.
I have something on this, Douglas.
What's that?
I have something to.
Oh please, and also before you get into that, Brendan, tell him about the picture I sent Peter Moon about Tien Island, where the atomic bomb was delivered from, and Cthulhu Beach. They named the.
Oh yeah. So I was checking out. Doug was like he was unsure about the name in the moment when we were talking.
Yeah.
So I looked at a map, and the first thing I saw on Tien Island, which is in the Marshall Islands, the North Marshall. Yes. It was their beach. So the other islands have all Polynesian names, and then that island has an American name, Marshall, or a Chinese name, I guess, right? Tien Island.
Yeah, Tien Island.
They named the beach. It's called Cthulhu Beach.
Yes, it's like an anagram.
CHLUL.
Yeah, it's an anagram.
Cthulhu.
Yeah, anagram
so
of
it's
Cthulhu.
Nothing.
You go on.
And what I know about Polynesian, like etymology, their words, it's nothing Polynesian. Like if they claim that, that's wrong.
Yeah. No. To put that into context, whenever Americans would take an island, they renamed Tien Island into something like Manhattan Island or something because it was vaguely shaped like Manhattan Island, and hence that was one of the factors in a lot of the terming of the term. That's where they derived the term Manhattan Project. Was really the taking of Manhattan, Tien Island, and that became Manhattan Project after they renamed it Manhattan Island, because apparently a bunch of Americans can't pronounce Chinese words, even when they're simple, or take offense at doing so. And when Americans would take a beach like in Okinawa, where their general got shot by a Japanese sniper, they renamed the unpronounceable Okinawan name to Buckner Bay, after General Buckner, who was killed there, in the American maps. And the Americans also, when they take a beach, they'll say, this is Beach Red, Beach Green, the various code names. But on Tien Island, it's an anagram of Cthulhu. It's Chulu Beach. And that's what they called it. And that needs to be put into the book in the Cthulhu section. So I sent you that image, Peter, and thanks to Brendan.
I don't. Where did you send it?
Oh, you just got to scroll up. Brendan, if you could send it to him again. Send it to Peter now.
You sent it on Skype? Did you send it an email?
Send it on Skype. Yeah, if you can't find Scrolling Up, Brendan will send that to you as well.
Recently or a while ago?
It'll feel like 10 days ago by now. It was before my surgery.
Okay. I just asking. Okay. If Brendan can send it to me,
Yeah.
please do.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's not up that far. If you scroll up, it's just only a few messages for it.
Yeah, it's easier if Brendan sends it.
Yeah, I'm going to send these two things. Just give me a moment here.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, and thank you for all of that, Brendan. It's by the way, what about Peter? What you were going to go into, please? Yes, of course.
Okay, this is very interesting. This isn't going to go in the book because it just gets too weird. It just gets too off on a tangent. But I looked up because this Japanese company purchased ̶CHUÐ Chocolate. Emil Capital Partners were the owners that basically had sold ̶CHUÐ Chocolate. They were to the Japanese. But it was interesting because there was this German company involved.
Wow.
And it was Tengelmann.
Jesus.
I'm trying to get the whole, but what's really weird is the billionaire behind it all is the Tengelmann family group. Christian Haub runs family Tengelmann. And okay, billionaire faked own death to join Russian lover in Moscow. Now this guy is directly tied to the company that sold ̶CHUÐ Chocolate.
Jesus.
A German billionaire who was officially declared dead in 2021, 3 years after vanishing in the Swiss Alps, may have faked his own death to live with his alleged mistress in Moscow. Karl Erwin Haub, H-A-U-B, a German-U.S. dual citizen, was 58 at the time of his disappearance and was former managing director of German retail giant Tengelmann Group. He was last seen on the morning April 7th, 2018, heading up a mountain lift and was reported missing the following morning after he didn't return to his hotel in the Swiss resort of Zermatt. A search for the businessman was officially called off in October 2018. 3 years later, 2021, Karl Erwin Haub was formally declared dead by the district court in Cologne, where he lived. Evidence to have him officially declared dead was submitted by his wife, brothers, and company. His younger brother, Christian Haub, was named the sole CEO of Tengelmann after he vanished. In May 21, he swore an affidavit that he possessed no information that his missing sibling could still be alive. Now Christian Haub is being investigated by the state prosecutor's office in Cologne over allegations that he could have given false statements. Local news outlet Zeit Online reported on April 11th. The publication said that contrary to the statements he provided, is accused of having had reliable evidence that his brother could still be alive. The state prosecutor's office has emphasized that there is still insufficient evidence that Karl Erwin Haub is alive, and that there is at present no reason to request an annulment of his death certificate. Christian Haub made false statements. Now there's these events could be connected to a younger Russian woman with links to Russian intelligence, allegedly Veronika Ermolova, who worked for an event management agency and with whom Karl Erwin Haub has allegedly been leading a secret double life. There are strong indications that he could have caused his disappearance intentionally, and at least parts of his family were aware of it and, against their better judgment, kept his secret from the Cologne District Court and the public.
Lord.
It's now the connection.
That's එCHUÐ! That's එCHUÐ!
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's going to end up as Cho Paste himself. But yeah, so I dug this out of the Japanese article, which which led to these companies that were involved in the purchasing of Cho, because it was such a and they also stress you see, the German company Engelman was involved with, the Third Reich and slave labor and stuff like this. So it's it all smacks of show business.
Yeah, show business, indeed. Well, it smacks of the axis. This is the shadow axis of Germany, or the Wirtschaftsministerium. Did I get that right, Brendan? Wirtschaftsministerium, the trade ministry, along with Japanese MITAI, Ministry of Industry, of Industrial Trade, and what was the MITAI acronym for again? It's been so long. Essentially, both of these organizations have, in a sense, gone black and off the books. But MITAI was the Ministry of Industry and Trade, or something like that. Trade and Information, maybe. I'd have to look it up, but they used to call them the Mighty Men, or MITAI men. These were the men who ran Japan's export warfare. And so MITAI and Wirtschaftsministerium, that was the shadow axis. It's the shadow axis basically coordinating to jack the Americans' Cho. And by jacking the Cho business, it involves all their organized crime. The Yakuza are heavily involved with Gleicky, that candy company. Tell him, Brendan. Let's let Brendan go into that before I...
Yeah, so as you've revealed, is that the Wirtschaft and these other, and the Black Curtain in Japan, as far as the businesses are concerned, the super corps.
Yeah, Kuromaku is Black Curtain. Yes, go on.
Yeah, the Kuromaku, and then subsequent, like you said, the Yakuza and these, which were allowed to operate openly as corporations. They still are. Yeah. They just told them to take it down a notch. But basically, those were the ones that are allowed to force project onto the West, and that's how they took over everything. I mean, you look at America, like everything that works is either German or Japanese, especially cars. Yeah. The car makers take up 90% of our car market, and that's not even an exaggeration. Like, no one buys American cars anymore. German cars are the top luxury. Japanese just products in general are more quality. So those people are the people that won the war, in a sense. Those are the ones that are still working, in that sector. Because the government and everyone else is kind of just, they have to play the game for just the common people. But at the top echelon, I mean, those are the people doing they're operating that.
Yeah. And think of the irony.
The war stuff.
Yeah, no, well, think of the irony is that what Brendan is being is diplomatic. Of course, they won the war, period. The Germans are, of course, the Third Reich is still legally at war with the United States, but economically forced the United States to reparate Germany into essentially a victory. The Germans and the Japanese both gained economically far more than they ever dreamed of gaining militarily. And this constituted the ultimate victory.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the point is that when it comes to what
the Reconstruction period, right? They're giving them. They're saying that was all voluntary. Like, really, the Marshall Plan, like $50 billion in 1940s money. Yeah, that sounds like exactly what would happen.
Yes, true.
It doesn't add up.
It's true defeat, and on America's part. But beyond that, think about the irony. The Americans will constantly hit you over the head with this fantasy that World War II is a war of production. It's an easy sell, and it's compelling. But they'll say, we outproduced the Krauts and the Japs. We outproduced them. It doesn't matter how quality their products were. As Stalin, our hero, said, quantity has a quality all its own. And yet...
even to this day, people... The copium of, like, the Americans is, that's just Germany is just over-engineered garbage. It's all over-engineered. Yeah, what does that even mean? How can you have too much engineering?
Thank you.
Like, just because you don't know how to fix it.
Thank you. Thank you. They always say that.
I've heard that since I was little.
That's right.
Like, Germans are just over-engineering for no reason. It's like, well, because they know what to do, as far as making something work.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. And they love doing it, and they keep adding to it. That's the problem that Americans have with it. To them, it's like a Swiss Army knife, because Americans are too stupid to use the extras, the options. But at any rate, the point is that when it comes to what the Americans claim about production, America produces nothing today. America's completely outsourced. So if it went to war based on their own rules, their own logic,
We
Germany
make
and Japan.
chocolate. We make plenty of chocolate.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. The shit like that. Yeah, real shit. It's like the British. The British. What are they producing that they could sell? They call it digestibles, which are fucking chocolates and shit. And
Digestives.
Yeah, digestibles. Yeah, yeah. Plus, they were trying to convince people they had something to sell once they exited, Europe and shit.
And never buy a British car. You want to talk about mistake? Buy a British car, you'll see a mistake.
Yeah, and motorcycles, they're forever in the shop.
20,000 miles max.
Yeah, they're forever in the shop. They're forever in the shop. It's pure patriotism that sells them. Yes, nationalism. People buy them because they like to spend time in the shop. That's what the British do. That's a social thing. But when it comes to productivity, it's the Germans and the Japanese that if we went to war with Germany and Japan, they'd have production capacity. America does not. That's the insanity of the American claim. But, all that being said, is just basically belaboring the obvious and driving a dead nail home. But such being said, I did want to mention something about, before we turn it back to Peter, I do want people to realize T-Tank Barry, he visited my home, brought the water, he saw my face. So if anybody thinks I was making any of this up, T-Tank Barry is a eyewitness to exactly what I look like. I hugged him. He got a good, solid look at my face. Saw the bleeding and congealing, saw the broken nose and face and all the rest of it. There you go with that. So I have an eyewitness to my reality, just so people understand. If anyone thinks I'm just milking something or just that this is like some elaborate, as people, my gang stalkers are always... we're trying to always push in the past before they were devastated. Everything's an elaborate ruse of some sort. But at any rate, there you go with that. Okay.
Right after this, you're gonna get into the Maserati and drive away.
Yeah, no shit. I wish. Fuck, I'd like to from this shit. The physical pain, the discomfort, the oxygen deprivation. It's just miserable. But anyhow, so back to Peter. Thank you, Brendan. Wonderful.
Well, yes, I'm gonna now. The press release that you sent me.
Yes.
It says the innovative craft chocolate company was majority owned by Emil Capital Partners, a growth and venture capital firm backed by European retail group Tengelmann, which is the group I was just talking about. Emil Capital is an entrepreneurial private investment company based in Greenwich, Connecticut that seeks out companies whose products connect with the new American consumer. I mean, like these new American consumers, hey, we want Cho. We're cool. We eat Cho. we drink Starbucks coffee and Cho chocolate.
I would think the new American consumer would mean somebody who's broke and has nothing to spend. Because
this was written in 2018.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I looked up the chief executive officer, Marcel Benz, chief executive officer for Cho. Cho has a unique approach to sourcing, flavor, and packaging. We work with farmers and cooperatives to help them produce better cocoa, which is designed to benefit them and help us make exceptionally delicious chocolate. Izaki Glico, the Japanese company, is a company that understands, appreciates, and will continue to support that business tool. We couldn't be more pleased to be joining their family. So it's like I couldn't find anything on this guy, Marcel Ben.
Did you see the screenshots that were sent to you right here in this conversation? Take a look at the text box in our call and download those, please, Peter.
Okay.
It's in our Skype call.
I'm looking. It's up. I see. It's way up there.
No. It's just right here, the last one, right above my good job at Brendan, where it's a bottom message. You'll see the map. Tina and I.
Okay. Where did the name Cho come from? I have another thing with this. It's, as with all good folklore, the origin of the Cho has many stories. However, what Cho means today is amazing. Ethically sourced craft chocolate. Ethically sourced. Using slave labor. No truth to the rumor that the T is silent to match the silent T in our chief chocolate maker's last name, Brad Kinzer.
What the fuck?
Well, Chichoa. See, you would actually see they're even alluding to the fact that when you say Cho, you say Cho.
Yeah. Want to learn more? Yeah, it says, yeah.
Want to learn more about Cho's mindset and the origin story of Cho? Come visit us in Berkeley and take a factory tour.
And there's no factory. There was none in Oakland.
No, yeah, exactly. So this is more of the. Oh, I see Cthulhu Beach. Yeah, I see here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, yeah, this is the ridiculousness of what we're dealing with here.
Thank you.
See?
Yeah.
And with this guy disappearing, it's just so weird.
Yeah.
This is the way information processes.
Yes.
Information processes it.
I mean, why would a guy need to fake his own death to run off with a Russian girl? All he needs to do is defect. Rather marry her and bring her over to Germany. He'd have to be the victim of some mind control program to defect, to run away with her to Russia.
So it would seem she's involved in intelligence, and is being questioned. And of course, there's no hard evidence against him.
Yeah, and of course, what they probably used to program him was a chogram. He was probably chogrammed. There we go. Brandon, tell Peter about the restaurant and your own intuition that this one hybrid converted to Buddhism. I think that's a touching story. Please share that with Peter. It's important. Let's let him get off mute, most hopefully. There we are.
Yeah, so I went to that it's a Vietnamese type style restaurant, but it's all vegetarian food. So the owners are part of like some kind of, it's like a, it's called like Buddhist Master TV. There's like these chains of vegan restaurants around Northern California into the Bay Area, and they're all vegan. So I'm assuming that these people are like this sect of Buddhism. They're kind of like Shoko Gakkai. This kind of like, they're more enlightened. They're very into the concepts of Buddhism.
Vaguely cultic. Vaguely cultic.
Vaguely cultic. But in the sense of being like pure Buddhist. Like they're all veg, completely veg. So like even when I'm there, the workers are eating and they're all eating vegan. So they're very, deep Buddhist. And so I'm thinking that this hybrid Cho that showed herself to me and then made it, cracked the joke and actually spoke to me face to face. Yeah, so I think that being
Want to hear more
maybe
about
was
hybrid Cho, but carry on.
Yes, tell Peter how it came to that point. Wait, tell Peter how it came to that point.
Yeah, maybe I should do the backstory.
And also contextualize the other restaurant you went to with the gin. You're able to potentially see things other people are simply not seeing or do not register.
Well, unfortunately, I just have, I don't know, some kind of, I just pick the best places to go,
A higher sensitivity as well. You have a higher awareness. Yeah.
Well, that, and I pick like, maybe off the beaten path. Like Americans typically wouldn't go to these restaurants.
Yeah, but when they go there, they don't notice these things. They don't see these things.
Yeah, and the people that go there don't notice. But one restaurant I went to in Oakland was ran by a jinn, and they wouldn't even serve me food, like at all. They gave me a cup of tea, and then they never brought my food out. And so, and I physically saw the open sign get switched off by an invisible hand, like as I was sitting facing the sign, and no one walked by me. There was no like sleight of hand. It wasn't mechanical, like it wasn't like a radio controlled item. Something walked to the front of the store, clicked it off, completely invisible, and then all you could see is just the blinds right there swinging, and all the other blinds were still, and all the people were eating as if nothing happened. It was just completely like that. And when I went up and confronted them, I was like, hey, where's my food? It's been 45 minutes. All you guys brought me was tea. And they tried to say, oh, we're out of injera, which is it's basically what you go to those restaurants for. It's this flatbread that they make Ethiopian style.
It's their staple. Their staple.
It's their staple food,
Yeah.
and it's like an Asian restaurant telling you they're out of rice.
Yes,
yeah. Like there's rice somewhere there. Like it's ready, it's cooked. I know it's there. So when I heard that, I was just like, no, there's no way. And I was like, you know what? Just let me pay for my tea and I'll leave. And then all of a sudden, the lady appeared from the back, like a completely separate lady than the guy that took my order. And she just said, oh, give him the tea for free. And she didn't hear our conversation at all. She just said, oh, you're good to go. You can go. So whatever being was there, the jinn that was running that place, just went back there and told her, like, look, just go get this guy out of here. Because I was holding a different vibration. And I knew that it was ran by jinn the second I walked in there. So they didn't like that.
When you say jinn, you mean a jinn, J-I-N-N, right?
Yeah.
Like a jinn, jinn, genie. Yeah, those things. Yeah. So in Middle Eastern folklore, I mean, they're 100% real. Like they're considered, I mean, they're not, it's not a fiction. It's not a ghost. Like they're actual beings.
This was a Vietnamese restaurant.
No. We're contextualizing. We're preluding or prefacing his parallel experience at the Vietnamese restaurant, which was analogous to this.
Apologies on that.
Yeah, other restaurant. Because it makes a good lead-in, because it adds context. And just so people know, if you are living in Turkey, you might think that this is something like those. What was the old papers they used to have that were like the Daily Star or something?
National Enquirer.
Yeah, National Enquirer.
Their actual newspapers will report about the jinn. People getting married to jinn.
Thank you. Their actual newspapers will say, "Oh, this guy has married a jinn, and we went over to his house. He's a professor." And when we said, "Where's your wife?" he said, "Oh, right now she's in the shape of that toad because she really doesn't like you people visiting, and that she feels you're disrespecting her." And they'll just report that. They'll just report it. Yeah.
As fact, as not as satire or.
So that I understand, Brendan. Yeah. This was a restaurant in Oakland, a vegetarian restaurant in Oakland.
It was an Ethiopian restaurant. So the Ethiopians they served meat.
Yeah, he's talking about the jinn experience. The jinn experience was an Ethiopian.
He didn't mention Ethiopian until now.
Yeah.
I'm just
sorry. So that was the Ethiopian restaurant with the jinn. Yeah. So that was just context to say that I happened to go to these restaurants without even intending it. It just happened. Yeah. But the Cho, where I met the Cho hybrid, or the being that I appeared to be Cho hybrid, what was this vegan restaurant that does like Vietnamese fare.
Where was it? Berkeley? Where was it?
No, this one's in Sacramento. One's in Sacramento. It's a well-known place for vegetarian people to go. Okay. And so I go there sometimes because it's near where I work. But this specific day, I went into this vegetarian restaurant early, like right after they open, like as early as can. Like I basically opened the store with them. And so I went to pay for my food because I had pre-ordered, and the system wasn't turned on yet. So the internet wasn't connected. So like my card wouldn't go through. And the guy was like, oh, hold on, I gotta reset it. Like this hasn't happened before. And then we both like looked at each other like, oh, well, I don't have time to wait. So he was thinking, I'm just gonna give it to him for free. And I was thinking like, look, I'm not gonna pay if this, I don't have cash. So we kind of had that understanding without saying it out loud. We were like, oh man, this is gonna be a free meal if we can't figure this out. So we just kind of had that chuckle. We didn't really say anything about it. And then the machine booted back up just fine. I paid, and he gave me the food. And then this being came out of what I thought was the back, but I mean, I didn't see.
It was like she came out from under the table.
Yeah. Yeah. It would appear as if they came from like under a desk or like behind the counter. It was really strange, and they were about 4 feet tall, and they had this like really, like, this like mongoloid looking face, but it was also like one of those Japanese like samurai masks, like. Her face was very angular.
What's called an oni mask. An oni mask.
Yeah, this kind of like oni look.
Demon
but
mask.
She had like rough skin on her face, and she was talking to me saying, "Oh, you almost got that for free," but between the accent and like she had some kind of what I thought was a speech impediment at first, like as if someone with Down syndrome would talk, like. You almost got it for free.
She basically did not have human-shaped vocal cords.
Yeah, yeah. So it sounded very strange, but it was completely coherent what she was saying. And I was like, oh, what? I didn't understand at first. So I was like, what was that? And the guy laughed and he said, oh yeah, you almost got that for free. And we both kind of had a chuckle, ha ha ha. And then when I walked out the door, I was like, wait a second. She didn't hear us say that. She wasn't even there for that interaction of the machine not working. So how did she know about that? Like, there was some weird psychic she picked up on the situation psychically. And then I thought to myself, wait a minute, this person's like 4 foot tall, looks really strange. That was a CHO hybrid. Like, after I left, it all kind of clicked. Because it was early in the morning. I was like 11, and I work late at night. So for me, that's like, I was just picking up something for lunch. And I was like, holy shit, that was a CHO hybrid or something. And I've never seen that being in that restaurant ever. Even when the staff's having lunch, I've never seen them. Only like very early that one specific time I went there, I saw her and she made a joke and that was it. And that's what I was telling Doug, that if she was CHO, it was like this family rescued her or somehow adopted them into the family as kind of like a Buddhistic family. Yeah. So she abandoned a lot of the darkness of the CHO. That's why she was kind of like jovial and laughing and making jokes.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel any malice.
She was like a Buddhist convert. She was like a Buddhist convert.
Yeah, just like how the Nyaga can convert, and just how like even dark entities like Jinn can convert to Buddhism, and they can go to the enlightenment path. Like, they're not all Jinn are evil. Not all these entities have to choose the side of evil. They just have a predisposition for it, or in the case of the Jinn, they just have beef with human beings.
Genuine resentment. They have a history.
Genuine resentment.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a history. But with the CHO, it's like, probably through the compassion of that family, she was able to overcome that. And also as a hybrid, she had more human qualities.
Yeah, this is part human.
So there you go.
Yeah. But what did she look like, if you could describe her?
So 4 foot tall, and like a person that appeared to have Down syndrome, like the short squat face, but the face was shaped like, like the samurai mask, where it like the face is permanently contorted into this kind of
grimace. Like it's a grimace.
A grimace. Yeah, this kind of like grimace with slanted eyebrows, and like just very a
unibrow.
Kind of like that. Yeah, kind of like that. But the thing is, it happened so quickly, I didn't really like sit there and like stare. It was
for one thing, you're immediately hit with this combined feeling of pity and revulsion. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of because I've dealt with a lot of disabled children, like as far as my work, like I've gone to sites where their entire student body is people with like severe disabilities. So for me, it was like I was just giving them the time of day, like, oh, they want to talk to me. But then I realized that their mentality was crystal clear, like she was coherent. It wasn't like some kind of Down syndrome where they switch, or autistic where they switch on and off from, you can understand them one moment, but at another moment they're not coherent. No. But like once I realized, okay, this person's like normal, baseline normal in the mentalities sector, I just gave her the time of day and was finishing the conversation. I said, oh, wait, what did you say? And then when I finally got she repeated herself, and then the guy told me, oh, yeah, you could have got that for free. And we all just kind of laughed. It was just like a normal human conversation. We were like, oh, ha, ha, ha. But she looked really short, squat, like a Down syndrome body type. I don't know how to put that, nicely, but, weird shaped head. And the face was grimaced with this, and it was like,
permanent contortion. Like a permanent contortion.
It was like a pockmark skin.
Yes.
Like severe acne, but all over the face.
Yes.
Like the acne scars where there's like dimples and bumps.
Yes.
It was like that, but all over the face, to the point where like it couldn't have been that.
It was like turtle skin. By the way, that's what happened to my sister when she stopped drinking blood. That's what happened to my sister when she stopped drinking blood. She broke out in this cystic acne that was, you would call it epidermal. It covered the entire skin case.
Maybe it's a symptom of the CHO being vegetarian. I don't know.
It could be because they're obligate carnivores. So that would be the human side of her. Yeah, the human side of her overcoming that. Yeah. And or at least they're rumored to be obligate carnivores. So they have such a affinity for cannibalism. One would imagine that. But
I kind of had the idea that, and you can confirm or deny that they were actually energy. They were able to survive off just like,
Well,
pain
because
and
they're dream
suffering alone.
eaters. Because they're dream eaters.
Is that the case?
They're
Or do they actually physically have an anchor where they need to eat as well?
Well, it's the worst of both worlds, from my understanding. They are dream eaters, and they definitely need that. And yet, at the same time, when they want to indulge the flesh, it's most likely flesh that fills that need. So it's a sensibility. How would I say it? Because they are anchored physically, even though they can travel astrally. It's kind of like you've got to feed the mortal coil as well as the essence.
Right.
Yeah. So
if you're incarnate, you have to deal with those things. Yeah.
Yeah. And
in a body.
Yeah. So it's
Now,
yeah.
Brandon, how many times have you been to this restaurant?
Oh, I mean, dozens of times. Like maybe 20.
And this was the first time you saw the show.
The only time I ever saw anyone else working there, except for sometimes there's like these older gentlemen will sit and have their lunch, like in one of the tables, like some Chinese restaurants will do that. They'll have their lunch out with the patrons. So that's the only people I've ever seen working there up to this point, and it's also the only time I've ever went there very early. So it was very synchronistic and strange. And I never had any
Not
inclination.
Chinese, right? It's Vietnamese, right?
I'm sorry?
It's Vietnamese, not Chinese.
That's right.
They are definitively Vietnamese or Southeast Asian, probably Hmong.
Yeah.
I would guess like Hmong or something. But,
which is
what's strange about the Hmong or the Laotians and the Hmong is that I was told by this Laotian lady, who I also confirmed with her about the show and different things. I scared her half to death, but she acknowledged. But basically, she was saying that never trust the Hmong, because this is a Laotian perspective, so no offense, no one should take offense to this outside of, in anthropological studies here, because that's where I'm at, is that she said don't trust the Hmong because they use black magic, or they use magic in general. She said you can't trust those people, and she was alluding to that we're Buddhist and blah, blah, blah. So she said never go to a Hmong restaurant. She said if you go to a Vietnamese or a Thai restaurant and the owners are Hmong, she said don't eat there. This is like her exact words.
And after that, she would never talk to you again.
No, after I brought up the Cho.
Yeah.
This was later.
Okay.
She disappeared. She quit the job we were working and disappeared. And said that she had breast cancer, or someone was like saying that. But I don't know. I never followed up, and she had my number. She never told me directly. But she took me to like the south area where there's like the Asian shops, like it's called Little Saigon. And we went around all day. She told me about that. And then at the end I said, oh, do you know about the Cho? And at the time I was listening to Doug a lot. So to me it was normal. It was just like it was like a conversation point. But in hindsight, it was like, that's like bringing up Satan, like after you're hanging out with these people making apple pie, and you're like, have you ever heard of Satan? So obviously like it wasn't a good timing to bring it up, but I did. And she looked at me and turned like white, and she was like, no, I've never heard of that. And I was like, like those little guys that do black magic. And then she's like, no, I never heard
By
of
this
it.
time, she thinks Brendan's saying, give Brand X a chance. Yeah, give Brand X a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, like I was their like cheerleader or something. But I was just genuinely curious because I come from an anthropology perspective. So to me, it was just like confirming with the actual, the actual culture, if that's real. Fact-checking Douglas, so to speak. And then she just was like, oh shit, her eyes just like, whoo. And then she quit the next day and I never saw her ever again.
Yeah, and just for our listeners so they understand, the reason it's so important that this is a Vietnamese or Southeast Asian, particularly Hmong, diner is because Chinese would never have experience with the Cho because the Japanese exterminated all the Cho in China. So there are no Cho interacting with the Chinese community, so you wouldn't be in danger of Cho exposure or Cho-sposure in a Chinese restaurant.
It's mostly going to be the people that have shamans and stuff. So Hmong, like the mountain people, just in general of southern China into Tibet, like you've said before.
Yeah, that's where the Cho ran. That's where the Cho ran to, was the mountains. They headed for the hills, and
And I got the whole backstory. She told me that the Chinese fought them into the mountains, and that's why they were never able to leave.
Yes.
So they stayed, and even the kingdoms the Vedic kingdoms of like Siam and stuff, they pushed them. They told them you can only go this far. You can't come down to the southern lands.
Yeah.
So it was only till later during the communist era that they actually descended from the mountains, and then they brought these beings with them.
Yes.
So that was clear. And then on top of that, this restaurant, I know for a fact they're Buddhist, not only because of the vegetarian aspect, but they have a giant Guanyin statue like protecting the front entrance.
Yes.
It's huge, and it's made out of white marble, and like you have to go past it like to even get in the joint. So it's protecting everyone inside.
No.
You know. So.
Yes.
And they have it like ritually protected. And it's the funny part is they put these white kids that work up front from the college, like, you know, just to kind of keep the language
facade. It's a facade. It's like
'Cause most of the people coming in are going to be younger people that want, because when you go out for Chinese food, you're not 90% of people won't go to a vegan place. Like it's only if your girlfriend's into it, or, you know, you're trying to bag a vegan chick and you're just like, fuck it. You know? Otherwise, it's mainly going to be people that are younger, college age, that are really into being, you know, vegan and stuff. So that's why they put those people working there, which is why I never even saw the people that cooked or anything. There's like they have like, it's funny, it's like this little hatch that you can't see into the kitchen. They just like pop the hatch open real quick and they put the food out and then close it.
Holy shit.
But before that it was open. Like years and years ago, they would leave it open where you could see into the kitchen.
Yeah.
And then recently they put up this little hatch where it's just like a door that opens and a hand pushes the food through. It's funny, actually.
Yeah, tell people about the photograph they show for the Cho tours, the Cho chocolate tours, like a single Asian woman or something.
Oh yeah. So in that, if you go into the website, it's showing the quote unquote factory, and it shows their machines, and it doesn't show a single human face. And then you click through a couple of the photos, and the only one it shows is this Asian lady with glasses, like one like corner of her face. And I was like, that's really strange, you know. Obviously it was serendipitous. I don't think they meant to do that per se, but it just is, it goes with the whole thing, you know. Of course, the one person they show working there happens to be Southeast Asian or Chinese or something, which is not, I mean, that's not abnormal in East Bay, because I mean the Chinese were there for years, and Brooklyn and stuff, Alameda, all that place. But the fact that that's the only person they show on their website, other than like the African farmers, is really funny. I find that hilarious.
Yes.
All the whole spiel they give about all the owners, the guy from
they're all like bleach belly, white bread.
Well, they've never shown their face.
Yes.
None of them.
Yeah. No.
It says we have this master chocolatier that's been in chocolate for 50 years. Even on all of the ad PR, the business journals, they've never shown their face. So, and then. Peter, you know about this. Anytime you hear the word NASA, you know they're occultists. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Jack Parsons, man.
Because they're like with NASA, there's the public sector, which is all actors, fake, and then there's the background sector, which are all occultists. So you pick your, you know, either they're liars or they're occultists or both, or you know, a combination. So it all adds up to this really weird, nefarious shit. And the more you've exposed about them, the more damage control
they go into.
They never offered factory tours until you kept hammering on it. And then now they have this little, like, it's like a little strip mall thing where you can go and taste their chocolate.
Yeah.
And that's the factory tour.
Yeah.
Like, you know how like the breweries, like when you go to a brewery, they just put you into one little room that's like a restaurant, and they say, yeah, you toured the brewery.
Yeah. With a taste tour. They call it a taste tour.
Yeah, taste tour. They just show you the front side of the brewery equipment. They don't show you the back because it has to be sterile or whatever. Yeah. So it's like that, where they just walk you through this little sector for people, and they say, look, you toured our factory. So that's what happened with Cho chocolate.
Yeah, not to mention, what's their latest branding? They made the Cho name kind of smaller, and they're showing the big flavor emphasis, and there was something else they did. Like you said, everything but changed.
They completely revamped the packaging. So before it was like TCHO, like on the whole square of the chocolate. Yes. And also the chocolate is a black square, which is abnormal for chocolate companies. They use that black square, which is, you know, black magic Saturn.
Yes.
Anyways, but so they still have the black square format, but instead they use these bright orange packages now, or bright colors, different colors for different flavors. But the main one is this bright orange, and the Cho is this small little strip at the top now, and the flavor is the big chunk below. So it says like toffee crunch in like giant letters. Yeah. So your eyes only see that. first instead of seeing. Originally, it was like cho, and you're like, what is that? Like, it doesn't even look like chocolate. You're like, what is that?
Yeah. And beyond that, it just the
and they lost revenue. Like when you mentioned it, I don't know, because obviously it goes out into the ether.
Yes.
They lost revenue so much that they had to like clearance all their chocolate for like a year.
That's true. It's true.
And I was able to get this bar. Like I got one of their bars that was like 99% or something.
Yeah.
Some like, and I had one piece of it, and it was like a drug.
Yeah.
Like it was like taking like Molly or some kind of speed or amphetamine. Like one little piece, I couldn't even sleep. I was like, holy shit, what kind of chocolate is this?
Yeah, you were up all night.
And I like threw it away. I was like, I can't eat this. Like, even
it's
if
a drug.
You make it into baked goods, yeah, it was drug chocolate.
Yeah, it's a drug. It's it's truly addictive. But beyond
there was
that,
other substances besides chocolate in there. Like, there's no way.
Definitely.
And I've been to raves and stuff. I would know.
Yeah, it's stimulant. It's a stimulant. And
yeah,
and they're like, and so people got addicted to it. But the funny what's the other aspect of it is just the. How do we say it? Just they've never struck back at me by suing me. They have never sued me.
Of course not.
Yeah,
because that would be admission. That would be admission.
Yeah, it would expose them. It would expose them.
Because then people would be like, "What's a cho?" You know?
Yeah, what the fuck's a cho? And then
it's not technology chocolate, which is so dumb of a way to put it. Like even their ways of covering it up is bad.
Oh yeah.
Like at first, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like when I first heard you say stuff about cho, and I saw this company, I was like, I was trying to be skeptical and be like, "There's no way," like, is it really ran? This is like evil Keebler elves.
Yeah, like, evil Keebler elves.
Like this is a joke. And then like, the more you got into it, and the more I studied, and then even to the point where I was asking that lady about the cho, I was like, "Holy shit, this is real. This is not cool." Yeah. And so. And because I've had wards up the whole time because of what you've exposed, I've never been subject to dealing with them, luckily.
Thank you. Other than what you did, which was a benevolent kind of convert, yes. And
this being was like definitely not malicious. Like I sensed, and also when these beings appeared, like when the jinn or this being appeared, it's like they only bugged me.
Yeah. That's right.
Like she only came up to me, and even the guy looked surprised. Like, oh, she never talks to people. That was the kind of vibe I got from him.
Right.
He was like kind of taken aback. Like he's seen her in the back, but she's never spoke or something. So he was like, oh wow, he was like, whoa.
Oh wow, it talks. He was like, wow.
Yeah, that's the kind of look he had. And then also with the jinn, it was like those people that were working like didn't know how to manage. Like they didn't know. They were like, how does this guy know that this thing is here? Yeah. Because they were like taken aback when I actually got up and I said, hey, where's my food? And like, I was trying to ask them, I was like, really, you're out of injera and stuff? Like, this is weird. And that restaurant with the gin, it had this weird smell of like fermenting, like this ferment.
Yeah.
Like this, like, and as you guys know, I mean, Peter, you know as well, that the alchemy was actually started originally from people brewing. So when you brewed a batch of, originally when you brewed like really strong ales and stuff, that was actually to conjure spirits and put spirits into it to like hold their energy. So a lot of the fermenting technology and the alcohol technology to make that stuff, even from the distant past, it wasn't for human consumption usually. It was for the alchemists to do their thing. And so the beer and the different, all those companies are all occult companies and alchemical companies. That's why their logos are such. That's why like even Praha, like Prague, they were all brewers, but they were alchemists. It was like,
Well, the original. What's that?
That teaches me something about Romania because everybody makes plum wine there, but also Budweiser. They had underground places there in St. Louis. That's a whole nother story. I've gone into that.
Yes.
Charles Lindbergh and the Spirit of St. Louis.
Yes.
The finance.
Oh, interesting.
Tied to, some of the Vril stuff. I did an article on that once. Perhaps I should revisit it.
Yes.
But,
yes.
But it was the brewers. It was all beneath the cavern.
Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah. German connection.
In fact, the original name for pharmacies, they would be called the chemists. The pharmacy would be called the chemists. You go to the chemist to get your medicine. Yeah,
it's still called that in Germany. Yeah,
that's
the
right.
chemist.
That's
And
right.
all over Eastern Europe, it's called that.
Even Britain, I think, even in Britain, they still say the chemist sometimes. Sometimes
Yeah, well, that's like a legit pharmacy. There's like Boots and stuff that are like CVS.
Right.
They just call them, they just call it Boots.
Yeah. So here's what Stephen Myers said. Stephen Myers sent 60 United States dollars, and he said, "Hi, Douglas, team member dues." He's referring to his $60 as team member dues. Bless him. He says, "I was watching very interesting clips on YouTube and how nations like China, Russia, US, Japan are in a race to build robots who you can't even tell are not real. Reminds me of the movie Westworld. I was just thinking one day they will use this for evil purposes, like killer robots. A female robot with machine guns for boobs." Well, that's rather clumsy, I would say. Maybe a syringe. But anyhow, wonder if Jin...
Those were the fembots. Those were from...
Yeah,
those were
Austin
fembots
Powers.
From Austin Powers.
There we are, yes.
That was meant to be a joke, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Like a genie, he says, "I wonder if Jin take the form of robots, like a genie in a bottle." Be tuning in. In other words, he's wondering if Jin will possess a robot body. So there you go.
They have, I mean, the Jinn won't do that because they have their own technology.
Thank you.
But the thing is that they're shown as trapped beings because they have a curse from what's like in the Quranic lore. They have a curse from Allah that they are bound to follow the orders of the Adamic Ibn Adami, the Adamic man.
Adam man. Go on.
So we have the ability to not only conjure them but to put them into items to trap them.
Yes.
So that's why they hate humans so much, and that's why they trick humans. And a lot of the stuff that's gone wrong on the surface world is because of the Jinn influence.
Thank you.
Including the whole Islamic world.
Yes.
But
yes.
But I'm not going to get into that part. But basically, they are trapped beings.
Yes.
And that's why the only way for Jinn to evolve is to actually go towards the heavenly and the divine realms, which they know that. A lot of them, like the enlightened Jinn, know that. But the problem is that the king, Iblis, is very, very anti-human. And he has a really, he's basically immortal and he has beef with humanity.
Yeah.
So most of the Jinn follow his orders and stuff. And so, So, and they have a lot of powerful magic. The genie in the bottle, you get 3 wishes, but the wishes never work out in all those stories, right?
Yeah, that's right.
The wishes are always tricks.
Oh, they're always tricks. Yes, and by the way, instead of beef, use the term vendetta. Iblis has vendetta against mankind.
Yeah, sorry, my skater lingo kicked in. They have a vendetta. They have a vendetta against humans because when humans, they were created before humans, from a smokeless fire by Allah, according to the Quranic lore. Yes. And then when Ibn Adami was created out of clay, which is, Adam, this human body and this human essence, which is it's a fractal essence that the human body is not just on this plane, but physical body is, but there are other bodies and they all take human form. So when God created that, he said, "This is my image, you must bow." And the king, Iblis, the king of the Jinn, said, "I'll never bow." And God said, "This is my creation. Either you bow or you're cursed for all eternity." And so he didn't bow. And that's, and so that was another being similar to Lucifer who didn't want to bow to humans.
And like I said, you've got to review the movie Wishmaster, especially Wishmaster 2, the sequel. The actor who plays in that film is half Russian, half Venezuelan. He plays the Master Jin, and he basically Iblis, and he was born for that role. But anyhow,
I reviewed some clips that he's on point.
Yes, thank you.
The branding.
Yeah,
branding's on point.
Yes.
Well, also, I mean, some of these actors could be like they can incarnate if they choose.
Oh yeah,
but when you incarnate, you lose memory and stuff. So a lot of these beings, they remain incorporeal.
But he retains some talent, like he's multilingual. He really in real life speaks multiple languages. So it's like they retain some talents, but they lose the racial memory. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there are limits to incarnation for all those beings from lower realms and stuff. But the thing is, you can't get to heaven without being on Midgard. So, and they know that, but that's the whole beef, the war, the Asuras versus the Devas. That's the mythology of that.
Yes.
That's why they want to force their way into heaven, because they don't want to do the do properly.
Thank you.
There you
So Stephen Myers ends his message by saying, "Be tuning in. I like to hear about occult magic. Seems the elite have been prepping the masses since the 70s in movies." Indeed. It's like this guy hasn't even read what I wrote yet. And yet he seems to intuitively pick up on what I've been writing to Peter. And Brendan, you've reviewed some of it. And Peter feels that it's too much of a how-to book. It's so much of a how-to, even though it's a very abstract and generalized, I'm getting more and more how-to with it as I continue to put down on paper what I'm beginning to recollect more and more from my work with Aquino. It seems to have been triggered all by, our man Peter's question about the ghoul god.
It's not like a step-by-step grimoire. It's more like an inspiration. Like someone like JMO would be inspired. They'd be like, they'd be going to draw the circle like as they're reading it.
But tell him what JMO was really doing, crawling through the compost heap of the people who ate the shit of the anti-gods, the carrion feeders. Give him the analogy.
Yeah, basically like JMO was touching like the excrement, or what would be the word for it? Like the bottom of the barrel, the dregs of
he's eating the droppings.
What these creatures are giving him, but in his mind he was like, this is it, this is real power, and then they're just laughing at him like, yeah, come on, like this is all this guy needs to feel like he's powerful. And that's why he was having so many health issues and stuff, because these beings, like, they don't care. Like the thing is if you're not powerful enough, like, they don't care. Like, all they care about is power.
Yeah.
A lot of these beings. So, like, it's either you have power or you don't.
It's like the politicians.
Yes.
Yeah, but even they joke on politicians. Like, they consider them like jokes as well.
Yeah.
Of course,
yeah.
But that's the way politicians operate.
Yeah.
They want power. It's all about power, and it's
Yes. Yeah. But there's a real cosmic power that you can get. It's called Shakti, that beings can get through different types of work on, as a being. But like but how much power you have and how much discipline you have that's real power compared to worldly power. There's a big gulf between those things. And like demons and stuff, daemon means powerful being. Like, it has energy, it has power, it can do stuff. So they're not gonna care about people that are just on this. They consider them jokes or below jokes, like especially JMO style people.
Yes.
So it's that's just the reality of it. That's why people say don't mess with those things, like things that have power. It doesn't matter their intention. It's like a capacitor. It's like you'll short circuit it, or if you put too much charge to a capacitor, it'll blow up. Like, so that's your psyche or whatever, your spirit. Yeah. So you can't plug into something that is at that level and expect something good to happen. It's not that.
I've never heard anybody advise you to trust the chin.
And yet people will. That's the whole point of that Wishmaster series, is that, yeah.
Well, that too. Yeah, and also, JMO was, I don't know if it was public, but he was like asking me to ask Doug. He was like, get all the info about magic. I need you to review this ring, and I need Doug to review this book of rings I'm writing. And he was like trying to get us to reveal arcana to him. But it's like, I told him I wouldn't do it. And then I just said, whatever, I just let Doug take care of the rest and on his end. And obviously he's not going to give people like that anything. So
thank you. And even George Knight.
I'm not even like a mystic. Like, I just study it. I've never done it. So I told JMO that. I was like, dude, you got the wrong man.
Yes. I mean, even George Knight jumped on a call once, just like Peter Moon did, and caught Jameson all coming out of his fucking, torpor, not realizing someone else was on the call. And he can testify, Jameson kept asking me for the Vox Arca. Like, he would do anything for me to give him the Vox Arca. And I mean, and he has nothing to offer. What on earth does this idiot think he has to offer? But at any rate, there's this one woman. I'm looking for her name now amongst my list, because she's an important point to be made. Poor dear. She's dead now. And this woman she had a crush on me, and of course Laura Lee Solomon chased her away viciously, like a pit bull. But this lady said I reminded her of her Japanese school teacher, and she then her death was reported to me by Miguel Andahar, which really makes it suspicious. Hey, Doug, I just want to tell you your best friend, your lady friend died, the one who had the crush on you. He came up and told me that she was dead, almost as if he had a part in it, which is not inconceivable from what we know of him. But at any rate, I can't remember her name consciously, and I'll have to look for it, but she was talking about how, for whatever reason, and people shouldn't do this, she said it was because she was a caring mother, and people get captivated by this. I don't know why. She started investigating human child trafficking, and the moment she started investigating that and child porn, her computer caught on fire. Basically, she saw it start speeding up in terms of its processing to this incredible degree, to the point where it burst into flames. So exactly what happened as you described it. This is what they did to her. Knowing what she was searching for.
Yeah, it's called overclocking. It's
Thank you.
Programmers know it as overclocking.
Yeah.
So you can overclock a processor to where literally it can explode.
Yeah.
Especially on a PC that doesn't have cooling capabilities.
Thank you.
So.
Or destroy itself by bursting into flame. Yeah, sparking.
Yeah, not explode like a bomb, but it will literally catch everything around it on fire.
Yeah, and potentially bring the house down. Yeah, it's potentially lethal.
That's the intention. That's the intention.
Yeah.
The same thing happened to that one German lady I was living with. Her camera burst into flames through laser point or something. Oh. So it's something that's plausible deniability. Like, oh, something went wrong with the electronics.
Oh yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
House fire.
Yeah, in the old days, thousands of people would die of falling asleep with cigarettes in their bed, and these days, all those same types of people, they burn to death because they leave their laptops on their blanket when they fall asleep, and then their laptop catches the blanket on fire, and they die burning as if they fell asleep with a cigarette in their hand. This is all true. At least that was that way for a long time. I don't see why it still wouldn't be the case. The laptops get incredibly hot. So there we go with that. And of course, some of these might be.
Retire for the night, but I want to thank Brendan. That was a remarkable story about the show. Thank you so much for sharing it. It only adds to the reality of what we're dealing with. Very valuable contribution. And if those of you, Douglas is in great need right now. I think this show has brought up his spirits, but it was a good show. But we still need to support him. So if you can donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button, or send him water to the address that I've given in the chat room, which I will repeat. It's Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, 94109-1925. That's Douglas Dietrich, Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, 94109-1925. And with that, I will say good night, and hopefully try and let me know if you're going back in, if you have that luxury of being able to tell me. But whatever.
Okay.
Just hope you heal.
All right. Thank you. Yes, everyone's prayers are certainly needed, and hopefully miracles ensue. And but if not, then we're falling back on the second surgery. And what a nightmare. Just don't go into hospitals. It was the stupidest thing I ever did. All right then. Love you dearly, Peter. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Take care. Blessed night. All right.
Good night.
Thank you. Oh my God, what a nightmare. So, SkyBooksUSA.
I appreciate.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Appreciate. No, please continue. Yes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what Peter said, but I never I never woke up and said I want to experience a cho and a jinn. I'm not saying he said that, but it's not something I ever wanted to do.
Yeah.
It just happened.
Yes.
Just that's the case. And like we were saying, it's like just because I knew about it, they felt the need to, to show themselves, or
It's true.
as much as they did.
Yes.
And the Jinn one was just, they were just being assholes because
Yeah.
they wouldn't even serve me.
Yeah.
Like, that's how much they hated me. They wouldn't even serve me. They were
Yeah.
like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, yes, he knows too much. Yeah, it's that was their thought process there. And
Yeah. And I walked in there listening to some Vedic, like I had a really heavy Vedic vibe
yeah.
about like, pure, like into the avataric state of like purity and like Krishna.
Yeah.
So they really were ticked off. Whatever they perceived, they didn't like. Let's just put it that way.
Yes. Oh my God. So, all right, people, we're going to call everybody else, and then we'll see if I just go to bed shortly after that. I think we've certainly made our point. We've made rent. We've gotten water. And honestly, the way that I'm going to sleep aggressively to try and heal, that may last me almost a work week, almost 5 days. The water brought by Tea Berry. But probably, just to be cautious, people are welcome to send more. I mean, it really helps. And certainly the money, like I said, is there for the rent. My biggest problem now will be going to the bank looking like this. I mean, I think I'm unpresentable, but obviously that's because I'm used to a very different kind of face. And if I get plastic surgery, God knows if that will be successful. How do we know they won't turn me into... I don't think we ever look the same again, do we? I'll talk to the plastic surgeon about that. It's just an overall bizarre situation.
Trust me, they'll cheap out. You're not going to look like Michael Jackson. They're going to do the bare minimum.
Okay, but...
They're just going to stabilize. I don't think you're going to go Michael Jackson, like come out with like different features or something.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that.
I hope so. I appreciate what you're saying. Of course, if the gang stalkers were still acting the way they used to be, they'd say, "This is proof he's not Douglas Dietrich." He would go to, and he's just, imagine the insanity they could take with that angle.
They'll do what they did to Michael Jackson. His nose fell off.
Yes.
While he was talking. And
Yes.
Some stupid shit like that. Yeah, so
yes. Incredibly stupid stuff. And it's like our girl Brooke Gibson said when she looked up Richard K. Cole Jr.'s website. He was getting all of these documents on Peter Moon's parents that nobody could access with any conventional searches on conventional search engines. His connection to the NSA is such that he has that privilege, and yet she still single-handedly devastated him and Jambo Reese into considering suicide. That's because they usually can just call people up and people just respond to them like magic. Yes, I'll make a career of attacking Dietrich. And and of course there's never a concept of, well, what do you get out of it? Like Brendan asked them finally, it was, what do I get out of this? And is there a retirement plan? Because you're making a whole career of this. Your entire life is dedicated to it. The nature of the enemy, the nature of the beast. Now, Dennis Marshall's
Yeah,
asked,
I mean, I asked them.
Yeah.
I asked them, and they basically said, nothing. They said they didn't even have an answer.
there was no answer.
Like I asked, I forgot. I think it was Salman Sheikh. I was like, dude, you don't have to do this. And then even Miguel, I said, are you guys gonna at least give me $20 or something? More money or not 20? No, he had already given me money. I said, if you send me more money, I'll think about it. And then he just stopped replying. It's just because he had already tried to butter me up. Remember when he sent me that care package with actual money and crystals and some other unmentionable items in there?
Yes.
And so that was him trying to say, look, we'll give you stuff, but guess what? It's not enough. You gotta be sending.
Yeah.
I think I even joked. I said, give me hundreds of thousands and I'll do whatever you say, as a joke,
Understood.
As jest.
No, I wouldn't blame you if you did for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, let's be serious.
Yeah,
but go on.
You can't make deals like that.
You can't. No, they cost your fucking soul. I mean, you're selling your soul every time you do that. Yes.
But I was just trying to mess with him. And even when I was traveling and stuff, I said, oh, why don't you come out here? What? And he would always have some excuse oh, I can't. I'm elsewhere, or I'm going to Puerto Rico or some bullshit.
He's basically in the places like the Philippines digging up dead babies' bodies from children's cemeteries.
Yeah, and I would tell him, "Oh, come out to, come to Hawaii, come to these places," and they would never show up, obviously.
Of course not. No.
Because, like, I was hoping to get him off on a beach and just off him into the ocean.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That motherfucker. Oh, there's
all it takes is one shroom trip where he can't handle this shit, and I just push him overboard.
Yes. He remember how he used to he rented the what is it? The Waldorf Astoria top floor where Tesla lived.
Yeah, he would rent the Tesla museum, like the little room they had, and he would do this like every couple months. He would rent it and take a whole pound of shrooms with him.
Yeah,
this is like his actual words.
Yeah,
exaggerating.
Yeah,
and he would just sit there and take shrooms inside of Tesla's old room to contact because he thought he was the reincarnation of
Tesla, Bruce Lee, and Akhenaten.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, and Akhenaten. Yeah,
Akhenaten, thank you.
No, he was not.
He had all the bases covered: power, physical talent, and
intelligence.
And
right? I was asking him. I said, "Okay, Tesla. So how do you feel about this car company using your name for all this evil shit, and them stealing your technology?" And then this is how I knew he was. Obviously, I mean, he wasn't legit, but this is how I really knew. He was like, they can use it. It's fine. And I'm just like, oh my God. You don't even back up your supposed like previous incarnation. Like, you fucker. Like, such a waste of.
Not only that, you notice how Peter, watching all that Fox News, Peter says, the LGBTQIA plus. Oh, those are lawsuit words when somebody says, "I'm a Christian and you can't speak here to Maria de Andrea," and then he said, "Persecution is, Christianity." He's basically saying Christianity is being persecuted, and I don't know if anybody's noticed this out there, but all of the radicalized right, from Jordan Peterson to Elon Musk, are converting Christian, and it has nothing to do with Christ. It has nothing to do with Christianity. They're converting to Christianity as some kind of, how would you say it? It's this political statement of evangelical nationalism, but it's beyond this sense of supremacist identity, where they're trying to claim they're persecuting.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they want everyone under that banner because, like, for one, Trump uses it for votes, and then secondly, they just want to sow chaos. Like, that's the divide and conquer. They're saying, oh, Christians are the most. And what's really effed up about that is they took what the original person that started that was actually doing it in honesty, and it was William Cooper, who was saying Christianity is going to be the most targeted religion in the future.
Right.
So they inverted what William Cooper said and said, look. And they created this cultic version instead of the real version that William Cooper was talking. He was fundamental, but he had like knowledge to back it up, so to speak, right? He knew who Christ was and all this historically. But instead they inverted that and put it on and saying, look, they're attacking your religion, which these people, I mean, what kind of religion is being able to like eat barbecue and drink 6 days out of the week? And adulterate. I mean, there's nothing Christian about it. Like, there's nothing Christian about what they're doing, and Well, and I'm actually Christian.
Yeah, so. and let's put it this way: if you see someone like, say, for instance, Friar Tuck with Robin Hood's Merry Men, and he's doing exactly something that seems hypocritical because this is basically his only way to make himself relatable to a group of bandits. That is a different and earnest form of that seemingly hypocritical activity to a prude. So there's, of course, the adult world is a million shades of gray, and Brendan knows this, of course. But bringing that up just so that people see, these people are not like Friar Tuck, not by a long shot.
No.
Yeah.
And every time these people come up to me and they give you the pamphlet like John 3:16. I always start quoting. I said, do you guys know Matthew 12? Where it's like Sermon on the Mount, where like it's like the actual words of Christ. They run away. They always turn like literally about face and dip, and they don't want to talk to me about it. But they have no problem handing out these weird pamphlets and saying, oh, Jesus saves. It's like, you don't even know what Jesus said. Like, what are you talking about? like, let's talk about what he said. You know, but they don't want to. They're all. It's just brainwashing at that point. It's not actually what Christ is, you know, or what that is. So they've, like you said, they've weaponized it. They've inverted it. And then it's funny, like even down the street from where I'm at right now, when I drive home, there's this person that has Jesus is my savior and Trump is my president. That's in front of their house. That's like their house. They equate. So originally it was, we're supposed to stick to the Constitution, right? Separation of church and state. Now they're like doing this weird inversion amalgamation of just, you know, I don't know what else to call it. I mean, America's doomed. Like the mentality here is so bad. Like it's like, you know, it's like soup. Like their brains are soup. There's nothing left. Right? And if anyone can believe that Elon Musk is Christian, I mean, come on.
Oh
really.
God! Tell him how occult this fucker is. Tell him how occult this fucker is.
No, he's dark. I mean, he's part of the ruling families. I mean, he's dark. He's up there. I mean, his mom was like, you know, is very. She's part of the dark sisterhoods. Like, and this is open. I mean, this is open. Like, this is not. And then the whole backstory about his dad will just tell you everything you need to know.
Tell them. Tell them.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, you know it more than I do, right? Like,
but still.
Basically, his father adopted some chick, and then.
No, his father
Wait, someone else?
married his own wife's daughter. He married his daughter. His father married his daughter, produced by marriage to a wife he kept drugged up. To the point where
I thought she was adopted, but anyways, that's even worse. But
yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. These are not normal circumstances, even in the form of adultery or perversion. This is like, these are black rituals that they do.
Yes.
That they, you know, that they do that amongst themselves in this kind of sick thing.
Yes.
That, you know, I'm not really going to get into it, but that's, you know.
Yes.
There is a dark sisterhood, or a dark, you know, beyond the dark brotherhood, there's the dark sisterhood too. So like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
They're from a different faction, you know.
Yes. By the way,
they're the same darkness, but a different faction.
That's right. That's right. By the way, Victoria sent 40 United States dollars. God has bless you, Victoria. We love you beyond expression. Everybody pray for her to get over her COVID, which she's been suffering extended.
May she encounter the true Christ.
Yes.
The Christos.
Yes. Yeah. I believe she has. I mean, that's why she loves Hitler. That's it. Yeah. It's.
Well, I'm saying, like, you know, the blessings thereof.
Yes. Thank you. And with such, let us turn toward making those calls. I didn't do that yet because I was answering Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall has attempted to send.
I have to finish.
Yeah.
I have to finish what I'm doing because I'm just like over here yelling and swinging my arm up and stuff. They're gonna call, you know. It's bad optics. It's bad optics. Looks like I'm doing a Roman salute, just yelling.
Well, there we are. I love you for it.
Yeah. I'm not against it. I mean, you know. Yes. But I gotta finish up.
So let me call, you know, dear Heather again, just in case, and everybody else. And we love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And all right. Now, Aristides, what's your opinion? Should I call Marina Sarin again? I called her earlier, so theoretically she can jump on the call whenever she wants. I'd probably be just harassing her if I called her again. What do you feel about it?
I think putting her on the call is good enough.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. That's what I thought for now.
I asked, and she indicated she may try to join, but of course, stuff is always subject to, you know, change.
Understood. And you and I will talk privately about what you had brought up as well. Yeah. And yeah. So that being said, let's take a look through some of these other people I'm going to try and call. And it's a pity that woman seems to have disappeared. They probably finally nuked her account. Poor dear, that dear lady who I was talking about. And in the meantime, everybody, please forgive me. Yes, of course, I was brought back into better spirits by everything we're doing. In the end, of course, go on.
You're doing great. I gotta say, I'm just so proud of how well you're doing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Considering your challenges.
Yes. Yeah. And
anything proves that Douglas is indeed superhuman.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is it.
Thank you. Yeah, and believe me, it's no fun. It's no fucking fun. It just is.
Yeah,
what
I
it
would say beyond human, maybe not super.
Yeah, thank you. Don't give people too many expectations. They'll be tempted to. Yeah, if you give people too many expectations, they'll be tempted to try and put me to the test. Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I just don't need it. Yeah, who needs that shit?
You can't say inhuman, but beyond human, regular human, baseline.
Not baseline human.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. Yeah. There's a sense of inhumanity there that can be brought out, I assure you. And people keep trying.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. And God knows, people keep trying. I keep saying, it takes a lot to make me angry, and people keep working at it. It's just awful.
They're good at that, or they just lack intelligence. One of the two.
Yeah, it's true. They just keep, trying. It's like let's poke the bear, in the cage or whatever. This is what the impression they have of me is, like somebody to anyhow. So let's not give them any more inspiration in that regard. Anyhow, I found her. Oh yes, Machine Gun Mama was her account. But it doesn't give me her real name. She was going by that stupid name on her account, Machine Gun Mama. But at least I know the account's still there, and we could use that to trace in the future what her real name was. In the end, let me press Jennifer Hawkins twice. She did respond. Jennifer Hawkins responded to my going into surgery. I sent her a little note. I was going in under the scalpel, and she did respond. The usual. Oh my! I hope you're going well. What's going on? I told her what little I could, and in the time that I had. So just want you to know she seems to be alive and seems to be well enough to respond with care for others. So important point to be made. All right. And okay then. Now I guess Amy Como. Of course, Amy Como. So many people, when you think about it, just quite a bit of people out there that I hit on a normal basis. I hit up and well, let's press that button now. I think I got all of them, and of course everyone's welcome to review. Who's on Team Dietrich is welcome to review the list of people who I called. Make certain it's comprehensive. Oh my god, I feel like I've got to vomit. Okay then.
Okay. I'm here.
Good. Excellent.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm going on mute. It's probably because I'm like clanging something or making noise. And
Understood.
I'm still here for now.
You remember that it used to be Brendan Zogi was infamous for that. He'd be making his various alchemical concoctions.
Yeah, we want him to stay. We want him to stay on. Having him talk is very useful.
Yes, yes.
So it's like, okay, if you're, slapping your little flatbread around, that's fine.
He was making those alchemical stews and shit. Yes. That's how he keeps himself portaled. Yes. A term he once used. Yes. Okay, so nobody's responding. Everybody's like, it's just us. Yeah. I'll probably take off towards bed soon, and let's just put it this way, people, I'm sure if you're not a psychotic, you have enough empathy to understand why I would take off early tonight. It's, okay, I've had it's, to say it was a bad day does not do it justice. This is like, oh god, all right, at least on the good side, every time I
definitely know the pain of surgery, that's for sure.
Yes, you would know, and you would know the pain of surgery.
I don't like the white coats.
Thank you, and you would know the pain of surgery gone wrong.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yes, or even malpracticed.
Double hematoma.
Yeah.
Chiseled off my testicles.
Yes.
I don't know if I could say that where I'm at, but I just did. But that's what happened. I mean, medically, that's what happened.
Oh my God. Yes. And well, I'm really glad that you participated a lot tonight while Peter was on with us. I think that's important. And again, it's this is
Yeah, and I appreciated his little dig. That was fine.
yeah.
I mean, that was.
Oh yeah. You're like, what was it again? What was it again?
I do. Yeah, I do know everything about the school, including the downstairs, like, you know, catacombs that no one should go into because it's haunted as fuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Igor. That was what he was saying. Yes. Sure. Oh my God. There's a real just, how would I say it? Petty vindictiveness. Oh my God.
But Igor is actually is like a redeemable character in the original Frankenstein. You know,
Yes.
he like maintains like the professor from going off the rails. You know.
Yeah, he eventually, if you're following the Universal Studios franchise of the first 3 films, by either, what is it, Son of Frankenstein, Ghost of Frankenstein. By Ghost of Frankenstein, he becomes the monster's brain, the creature's brain.
Yes. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. So there we go with that, and yeah. Well, I guess that's Peter's imagining. Oh, who does he think your brain would be put into? Myself. That would be he probably perceives me as his creation. Yes. So, oh well.
Yeah, he's not the doctor. Let's
True. No, he's not the doctor.
Yeah, and I would like to talk to Peter about like the whole Emmet. You know, like, do you know Emmet? Like the whole the actual true name of the golem.
Yes. No,
Like,
no, I don't.
When you
Tell
create
us.
when you create a golem, it's like its name. The Hebrew name is called Emmet. You name it Emmet.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
It's like that,
So that's
it's not like Dr. Frankenstein when he called his creation Adam, kind of like a mockery of the one true God or something.
No, not quite. This is like, you know, when the Cohen, he like made, you know, what is that, the Faustian thing where he makes, like the dude makes the golem from scratch, and then what he writes on his forehead, he writes the name Emmet,
Okay.
like on a piece of paper, and puts it under the tongue, and that's what gives it life to become a golem.
Okay.
So there's like a whole backstory on that relates to anime and stuff like that I can go into at some point. I'm just not in the mind space for it right now.
Yes, excellent. Thank you. And I appreciate that profoundly. Well, everyone, what do I say? Looking at the numbers, we held good numbers. And that's, of course, because of all the incredible topics we brought up eventually to participate with Peter. And we've got good numbers now. I don't want to do this. But everybody, look, you know what I've been through. Maybe it's a bad idea for me to end the transmission right now, because then I'd be alone with my pain and nothing to distract me from it.
You sound pretty good at the minute. You want to give it a few minutes, see if anybody shows up?
Maybe, but you know, my throat is very sore, and you know, if I do knock myself out and go into sleep, I'm hoping I'll feel better.
Not to pressure you.
Yeah.
Before you go, so there should be some other water on the way to you. I think it's saying Saturday.
Okay, great. Let me write that down as water arrives for Saturday.
Yeah, I will. As it unfolds, I'll keep track and give you more details.
Okay, that's the 31st, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'll say airy water. Airy water arrives.
Yeah. And I won't tell you what kind. It's going to be a surprise.
Okay, thank you. Bless you. And
it's water, right? Trust me.
Yeah. Yes, I understand. I believe you. Yes. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. God bless you. You're an angel. And okay, what we'll do now is just kind of wait for a few minutes, see if somebody shows up, and by a few minutes, I'm probably meaning more like a few moments.
Okay. All right. Well, it's the time when I better think. What else was there? Shit. Let's see. I had a guy that wanted to hear more about Japan's economic situation. I think, didn't the prime minister resign recently or something like that? And then they've had, various, perceived economic troubles. A couple guys commit suicide along the years, and had some kind of moves and revaluation, updates to how they do things, making some corrections, and what is their situation right now? Maybe something to think about if you want to look for stuff on that.
Okay.
Because he's like kind of like a money guy. He's like researching like money stuff, like every, trends, crypto and precious metals, and like, oh man, is their economy crashing over there or what? And like, I'm like, I don't think so, but you've spoken on it before. But anyway,
Yeah. Thank you.
What's going on there? That's one thing. What else did I want to? You talked about Joseph Eidelberg, the guy that did all the work on the tribes going to Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. I had a question from a guy on that stuff, and I'll talk about that soon.
Okay. Did he have a specific question or just?
He was like, I found a book by that guy, and I couldn't. It's one of very few I couldn't find or download, and I had to tell like, I think it was kind of new to him, and I'd be like, yeah, this guy's like has talked about it for. He's like, oh, cool. Can you send me a link? I'd be like, I'd have to find the time in the programs or which I've got somewhere, I think, in my notes, but I want to get him some information on that. But the guy was. So he wasn't German, right? He was. I looked up his way. He was like pretty Jewish, right?
A bit probably was. To tell you the truth, yeah.
No, if you look it up, I'll send you the guy's thing. It was pretty straightforwardly.
Just so our listeners understand. Remember that many of. Go on. What were you gonna say?
No, I like just from me talking about it, it sounded like maybe he was part of like, I don't know, the Germans at the time, but I think he was. Although they're sometimes not quite clear cut, but he was. He's I think ethnically Jewish, but very good. Did a lot of work on the history stuff. So
yes.
I'm fine.
And just so people understand. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you have something else?
No, it's just cool that the guy brought this up. He's like, I can't find these books, but this sounds fascinating. I'm like, and then it's pretty cool. I'd be like, I know all about that.
Yeah, and by all means,
thanks to you.
Thank you, and by all means, pursue it. Find it. Make the guy dig up whatever the fuck he found.
Yeah. He can't find. He's like, I might actually have to buy the book. I'm like, well, okay. I can't find.
How much would that cost? How much would that?
I don't know. Probably not a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me give you the link here. You don't have to look at it now, but you can. It's just this stupid wiki on the guy, but they usually give you at least the politically correct version of things. They're pretty good about that.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
They will give you useful info. I mean, it is wiki, of course, but like it's a quick source of like what's commonly accepted, and then you need to maybe alter that from there.
Yeah. And
Sandy was saying. So that came up, and Japan's economic situation came up, and stuff to think about.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want you to know I'm multitasking. So that's why if I'm not responding right away, it's because I'm multitasking. Just so you know. My goodness.
I'm here. I'm here as well. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. And that's,
no one else answered, it seemed.
No, they didn't. I mean, Jesus Christ, maybe they're afraid that I'll lose my temper or something. But what was I going to say about that?
I feel like a chick would be a little more healing than two blokes, but whatever.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, believe me, I want the ladies to respond more than anyone, but of course they need the beauty sleep, and
Marina's like 8 hours away, so that's the difference.
Yes, that's true. And
she's like, I don't know, like not human or something, so she can like regenerate in her like alien cocoon when she sleeps.
Yes.
She doesn't have to sleep. I don't know how she like maintained consciousness through 5 a.m. Just like as if nothing happened.
Yeah, well, she was getting.
Maybe there's some truth to her.
She was getting pretty irritated at the end. She didn't show it.
Right.
But it was when I asked Peter, "What would you do?" And he went, "What would Scientology do about her abuses?" And which he kind of picked up in a trendy sort of fashion. Everybody else is satanically ritually abused. I better jump in on this too. And then Peter started going in on his bit. And after that, she finally said, look, it's 6 a.m. I got to go, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in a very
Well,
very
the
good way.
canned, I mean, the canned air answers is just, you know,
Yes.
the canned answers with like, I could say that SRA.
Yes. Well, you were satanically ritually abused by all these fuckers putting you under a cult siege.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah, and stuff that had happened in my childhood that I'm sure is like a factor, not including getting lost at birth, you know. all of
Yes.
the-
Oh no, they attempted you to.
But it's
Yeah,
not
the
my
switch.
shtick. It's
Yeah.
not my shtick, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I've died more times than Daniel Brinkley, but I don't make a, I don't make a career of it.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, and yeah, they did try to switch you at birth. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly shit. Yeah.
Well, I am like probably a targeted individual. Most probably.
Yeah. Well, obviously.
Yeah,
And,
obviously,
yes.
obviously, like all the signs point to yes, as the Magic 8 Ball would say, but I've never claimed it. You know, I've never been like it's not something to be hyped on. Like that's what's kind of irks me about a lot of these people. And no offense to Marina, but it's like, why would you want to like wave that flag? You know, it's just I'm targeted. Like it just is easy to me. You know.
Well, she is targeted. We'll give her that, of course.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
saying they're not. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, why do you want that to be your identity? That just seems wacky.
Yeah, it's
You included. No.
yeah. No, it how do I put it? It's I just don't think it's necessarily constructive in her case. Most certainly, it's one of these things. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's reasons to bring it up, like in
Yeah.
your situation.
There's some people.
To
There's
make
some
it-
people. That's all they have. You
To
know.
make it a career is
Right.
wacky. Like that.
Right.
Like what was that other Joker? Like with the initials SRA.
Oh, Sarah
people.
Rachel Adams.
Yeah. So it's like these people that just make it a career.
Well, the funny thing about Sarah Rachel Adams is she doesn't. Her very name bespeaks of it, but she instead just pushes herself as a selfie cult. It's like, look, I'm in Egypt. Look, I'm in Paris.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I'm all dressed up and give me money.
Selfie.
I could go places
Selfie
you can't
cult.
go because you keep giving me money. And people keep giving her money. And she keeps going to these places. It's like, I need to get in on some shit like that. But then they broke my nose. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, I don't know why I would imagine you'd get a lot of views that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then they would expect you to go to wacky places that are like,
Yes.
this is where the Conjuring happened. You know,
Yes.
like where's that one place? Was it Palm Springs or wherever they did the moon working?
Oh God!
Child
Yes, of course. Devil's
Area
Canyon at
51.
Arroyo is one
Yeah.
place for Jack Parsons. Yeah, that son of a bitch and all
Yeah,
the
it's
rest.
like those are the places that no one wants to go for obvious reasons.
Thank you.
Just shit. The
Yeah.
worst vacation of your life.
Yes. Couldn't even dignify it with that term, it's So right now I'm trying to choose the right emoji here for Dennis Marshall tried to send me
At least
100.
Egypt, you could get some good food, even if you're in the desert. But
Okay, now I realize what it should be. Okay, so I got to get the right emoji for him because he tried to contribute $100 and PayPal's fucking with him. He says PayPal called him on his landline. Dennis Marshall is he's younger than Peter Moon, but approaching Peter Moon's age. So he tried to send me money on PayPal. They called him on his landline to confirm his account. They gave him a code to type in, which he did, and they said it went through, but it hasn't shown up in my account. So sometimes they just process this stuff and they take a while. But yeah, that's too bad. So I'm trying to send him a proper.
they're manually processing your stuff like you're some kind of like you're an Indian scammer or something like.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it's like tell people what PayPal did with you. You just said a word in Pakistani and shit.
Oh, that was so bad. I don't think. Yeah, it was so bad when I got that PayPal attack that Doug and I have not done a transaction since.
Yes.
Like that's how bad it was.
I think did you close your accounts or something?
Yeah, I ultimately had to do some shenanigans because they took the $200 you sent me to buy vitamins and they wouldn't release it. And so I kept calling the helpline, and like while I was on hold, I was like doing like a Ganesh mantra. and the guy that answered was like some Paki guy, so he obviously thought I was Indian, so he did everything in his power to like fuck me over. Like he was like, oh, it's gonna take 20 to 40 days to get your account back, and like just the most, like he just went all in the paint, like fully, just to fuck me over. It was so bad.
Piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, there's nothing I can do, and I was like, well, where's your supervisor? Like, what the fuck? And then he hung up on me, and then I called back, got another guy, and then he sent me through this like infinite loop where it was like on hold, and then it would hang up.
Yes.
Yeah, it was so
God.
retarded.
Oh, that's so awful. That's so bad. And yes.
That's how much Indians and Pakistanis hate each other. It's like just
Oh, of course.
something stupid like that.
Oh, it's cosmic. It's cosmic. You know, they're like enemy species at this point. Okay. Let's take a look at what Dearest. Oh, yes, I was going to clarify for our listeners. For people who don't understand what Aristides is talking about, like, this guy's Jewish, yet he was working with the Nazis. Understand that the Nazis were supporting the Zionists to get the Jews out of Europe. And the fascists and the Nazis sponsored the Zionists, and the Allies considered the Zionists to be a Nazi terrorist movement, an insurgency. They considered them to be a Nazi insurgency. And so understand that Joseph Heidelberg was of that ilk. He was a Nazi.
You're talking about the Brit, right?
Yeah, I guess. The Brits. Did I say Allies? What did I say?
I think you said Germans. Is that the case?
No, I meant to say the Brits thought that the Zionists were a Nazi German insurgency, a German Nazi insurgency. Yeah. That's what I meant to say. Did I say otherwise? Remember, I'm all fucked up.
I'm not sure. I was just confirming.
Yeah. What did you hear, Aristides? Just in case, I just want to know if I fucked up that bad, because it really means
No, I don't think you did. And
okay.
Yeah. Whatever you just said.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the basics of it, and it's not contradictory. It is truth, and Heidelberg was on the right side, and he was basically saying, yes, the true Israelites, to disambiguate from Israelis. If you're talking about the real thing, you use the term Israelite with the modern charlatans, the poseurs. Then you say Israelis. But anyhow, the Israelites, the 10 of the tribes, which is basically the overwhelming majority, 2 others went missing. Those are the lost tribes. But the 10 tribes, they went to Japan en masse. And so there you go. And he was pointing that out. And another reason the Nazis allied with the Japanese, they were the true Israelites. So nobody, of course, factors that into their war movies. And instead you get all the bullshit. Yeah. Oh, have you had a chance to review any of what I wrote, Brendan, concerning, anything of late, some of the stuff?
Yeah, I did. I reviewed the final draft of the invocation. Yeah.
And it's not, I'm still going to expand it, but Peter obviously does not want to put this into the book. He truly thinks it's going to inspire people to, so you and I will have to do something on the side. We'll publish it ourselves like you suggested. And what will we call it? The book Peter doesn't want to publish, or Hitler's third book, or what the fuck?
Put that out there.
It could just be like an addendum.
Some demons, man.
Yeah. What was that? Say that again. Say that again, Aristides.
I need some help around here, man. Who can I summon?
Yeah, just go watch Fantasia and you'll find out why that's a bad idea.
Yes.
Like, that's the one thing Disney did right, was making that movie.
Yes. Old school Disney. Yes.
Yeah. Which is actually based on those old stories, like the mage and his apprentice and all that.
Yes. It's okay. Let's take a look inside of our fan base here. Damn.
Like if I were to talk about it, I'd have to go into it and like what I read and what I picked up on.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to do that on air, but
it's you're welcome to, but only if you feel comfortable doing it in your environment. Are you in a different environment now at the dreaded warehouse of doom, or where are you right now?
well, I'm back in my car. I'm just in my car waiting for this other Joker to finish his slow ass work, even though I help him. It's like,
Oh God, that's sad. There's always someone like that. Yes, and let me give a thumbs up to Jeremiah Shine, who says "Salut." I'll give a thumbs up to him. But yeah, go ahead, cut loose.
yeah, just like you're talking about the Dwaygar. I'm just going through what you mentioned.
Yeah,
There was a lot of important stuff, but I lost it because you keep
expanding
keep
and re-editing. Yes, I do. Yeah, and I still have more to do. I want to add a section on enchantment, which is different from both evocation and invocation. Of course, Peter's just said, he keeps falling back on Aleister Crowley because he's a Crowleyite, really. That's what it comes down to with Peter.
Well, I don't understand how he did extensive that thing like the Seven Seals. His book is all it's basically a grimoire from Crowley.
Yes.
Crowley.
Yes.
So I don't understand his logic there. I really
because he knows, because he knows that I'm going Edomic, which is another way of saying almost like if it were conventional physics, I'm going atomic. So with this occult, I'm going Adomic with metaphysics. With metaphysics, I'm going Edomic. So it's like this is freaking him out. It's freaking him out because it's
true.
Yeah.
True.
And there you go. See,
you do get into some stuff that's pretty epic, but it's just like, it makes sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And do you find it coherent, Aristides?
Which part?
Oh, any of it. Fucking any of it.
Yeah. The stuff that you guys say, absolutely. I find it fully coherent.
And oh, yes. So were both of you gentlemen able to see what I expanded in what's essentially the prelude to the Douglas Dietrich's, Hitler's Son's second book? Were you able to go into that where I started talking about, Cremo and shit?
No, the last things.
We went over the Persham.
Okay.
The Abbotsar with the axe, Pararam.
Okay, yeah.
We went over that.
Good. We'll dive back into that in the future again. And Aristides, complete your thought.
Your Biosire wasn't like that entity, but it was like an energy that represented that essentially.
Yes.
That Martian energy that was for clearing, that thing.
Yes.
It's a clearing energy. Like it's war for the sake of divine in a sense.
Yes, expurgative. Yes.
Yeah, because the thing about the higher realms is they have weapons, but the weapons are to correct things down here. They're not for offense or they're not for just some, they're not just warring for just war. It's like they're warring to correct something or to stop a being from, or to stop certain beings from destroying things. So there is an aspect of it, in that sense.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Aristides?
I have not had a chance to check out the last couple things you sent, so I'm going to have to take an L on that one, as they say.
Okay, no worries. You'll get to it. I know you'll get to it.
Yeah.
And it's just expansion and extension, as I go into these things. And I'm sure it's maddening. It's a form of spamming, really.
I don't know. At least say, hey, I've got something to do this weekend.
Okay then, gentlemen, I love you both. Stay safe and be well. And to all his listeners, and we're high. Our numbers are high. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave you guys. Jesus, number of concurrent views.
It's probably best to get rest,
Yeah.
And then we'll go
while
over
you're
the
ahead,
stuff you
right?
said about
While you're ahead.
Chupacabra.
Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, tell me what your thoughts on that, dear Brendan. Chupacabra.
It makes sense that Chupacabra is not physical. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And why it just disappears and it can appear in any part of the country and
or rather, it's. I'll put it this way. From what I understood from my experiences with the Department of Defense, it's physical, but not of the matter of this universe. is the
Yeah,
Jupiter
okay.
components. They are physical,
That's
yes.
even worse.
Yeah, yes, it's even worse. They are physical, but they are not of the matter of this universe. They're a different physical matter from a different universe. So that's yes, something will
Makes sense.
yeah. And okay then. Again, everyone stay safe and be well. Who supports myself? I love you all who gathered here tonight. Understand my situation, and I need your prayers more than ever. This is something that is profound. It's cataclysmic, and it's a good thing there's a high number. They can spread the word, and hopefully the prayers will help. And of course, to both the gentlemen with me on Team Dietrich and Peter Moon. Yeah. Yes. Stay safe and be well. Love to you all. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. And we will be back on Sunday. Okay. With that, going to end stream. Thank you, dear Ari, for putting in a last link, and or two. Thank you, and
Your
Yes,
money
all right.
there, Douglas
Many
D.
blessings.
Dietrich.
Have a good night.
thank you, thank you.
Good night, Brendan. Thank you
Yeah.
for everything.
Yeah, and repeat that again, Aristides. What you said.
Yeah, no, the PayPal link is in there. It's Douglas D. Dietrich on PayPal.
Thank you. Bless you.
Send your money, everything you could afford.
Thank you. And thank you, Brendan Zogan, of course. Always profound. No other word for it. Profound and necessary. Okay, ending stream. And all right then. Pressing that end button. Oh.